Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh,
Braves country.
come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, The ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive. Let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is friendly confines of Wrigley Field, Chicago, Illinois. We're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr., 25 home runs, 66 RBI, 52 stolen bases, batting .341. Batting second, playing second, it's Ozzie Albies with 25 homers, 77 RBI, 8 stolen bases, and a .257 average. And playing third, batting third, Austin Riley with 26 homers, 68 RBI, 2 stolen bases, a .275 average. Matt Olson comes in with a .262 clip, 38 home runs leading the National League, and 94 RBI, 1 stolen base. Behind the plate, calling the game today will be Travis d'Arnaud, who threw 158 at-bats, has 9 home runs, 27 RBI, and a .259 average. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, 23 home runs, 50 RBI, and a .234 average. Orlando Arcia is playing short, batting seventh, 11 homers, 39 RBI, and a 1 stolen base, .296 on the year. It'll be Kevin Pillar in left field today with 6 home runs, 18 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .239. And patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, Michael Harris II with 11 home runs, 34 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .281. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it'll be Charlie Morton, 10-9 with a .362 ERA, 1.42 whip, 119 and a third innings pitched, 116 hits allowed, 128 strikeouts versus 54 walks, 13 home runs given up. Justin Steele will be head-to-head for the Chicago Cubs. The 12-3 record, .265 ERA, 1.13 whip, 115 and 2/3 innings, 107 hits allowed, and 106 strikeouts versus 24 walks, 8 home runs given up. And backing him up in the bottom of the first inning for the Chicago Cubs, it'll be Mike Tauchman. 6 home runs, 40 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .277. Nico Horner batting second, playing second. 8 homers, 58 RBI, 26 stolen bases, batting .274. Batting third in left field, it'll be Ian Happ with 13 homers, 51 RBI, 9 stolen bases, a .247 average. In center field, Cody Bellinger, 16 home runs, 52 RBI, 16 stolen bases, and a .322 average. Batting fifth and playing short for the Chicago Cubs, it'll be Dansby Swanson with 17 home runs, 53 RBI, 4 stolen bases, and a .263 average. Eimer Candelario is at first base with 17 homers, 55 RBI, 6 stolen bases, and a .274 average. The designated hitter and batting seventh be Christopher Morel, 17 homers, 54 RBI, 4 stolen bases, and a .277 average. Nick Madrigal will be the third baseman with 1 home run, 19 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .286. And behind home plate, it'll be Amaya with 3 homers, 16 RBI, a .264 average. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate today will be umpire Marvin Hudson. On the first base bag, Hunter Wendelstedt. Over at second, John Tupain. And down the third base line, it's Ryan Blackney. We're here in Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois, that holds 41,363. The Atlanta Braves come in with 70 wins, 38 losses, minus 135 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5, while the Chicago Cubs are 57-54 on the year. Threat of rain all afternoon. Temperatures are expected to be in the low 70s from first pitch to last pitch. We do expect to get the game in, but could be battling precipitation all day long. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves, Cubs, Bravos versus the Cubbies. Game 3, the rubber match of the 3-game set. Morton versus Steele. Get your game face on, Braves country. Welcome in, Braves country. Haven't had a chance to do the typical pre-game show because of the early start times and other things that I have to get done before we can call the game. So, real quick, my pick to click will be Marcell Ozuna. Give me the big zoo. And I'm going to take the Braves in a 4-2 hard-fought victory. Should be a very low-scoring, tight game. The Braves have a chance to win. Justin Steele has been absolutely phenomenal. Please smash that like button, and away we go as your Atlanta Braves wearing the dark or the light gray road unis, and it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr.'s up top, 89 miles an hour. Kind of a half swing, check swing. It's 0-1. Braves nothing. Cubs nothing. The 0-1 pitch swung on and sawed off down the first base line. It's 0-2. Kind of an excuse me swing there as well. Congratulations to Underwater on his 6K today. The 0-2 pitch, high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. Give you a big one of these Underwater. He's getting ready for, believe, it's a marathon in, I want to say he said October, the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ronald Acuna Jr. did not look comfortable in any of those pitches. I think he's having a hard time seeing the ball coming out of his hand. I'm not sure, but it's not a good sign. There's one away. So 1 down. I'm sure Acuna will go to the dugout and look at video again and try to figure out what in the world was going on there, but he looked overmatched. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is off the edge wide for a ball. It's 1-0. One thing we do know about this Braves offense, second time through the lineup, they haven't already got you in the first inning. They usually make the adjustments. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get dropped into left field, down for a base hit, and Ozzie Albies has the first hit for your Atlanta Braves here in the top of the first. Get things going. Just kind of a dinker in between short and third. Didn't hit it real hard, but hit them where they ain't. Austin Riley will come to the plate. First hit out of the way. First pitch on the way to Riley is right there on the outer edge for a strike. Looked like the four-seam fastball. It's 0-1. His four-seam, he won't blow you away. He's a touch pitcher, but he's a crafty pitcher. He'll hit in the low 90s. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to third, and it's going to be a 5-4-3. No, Riley beat the double play, and the inning is extended. So it looked like he went in with the cutter there. It was just what the doctor ordered, but Riley busting it down the line beat out the play. We know Riley doesn't have the greatest of speed, but he was humping it. Good to see that hustle by anyone at any time. So that'll bring up Matt Olson. Olson comes to the plate and takes the first pitch high for a strike. It's 0-1. Matt Olson, big left-hander with 38 home runs that is pacing the National League right now, along with his 94 RBI. The 0-1 pitch, just off the plate, 1-1. It's really strange that we haven't heard enough about Matt Olson for MVP in the National League. You consider his numbers, it's kind of a head-scratcher. Ronald Acuna Jr. is always being talked about. Freddie's being talked about quite a bit, but you don't hear a lot about Olson. The 1-1 pitch, down and away. Good take by Matty, and it's 2-1. He's been so consistent in just when they moved him down to that 4 spot, it's really been the difference maker. The 2-1 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2. No, I'm sorry, 3-1. 3-1 count. The wind is blowing left to right and a little in, so I don't know what it's going to be. You would think the left-handers have a slight edge as long as they can get it up and out. The 3-1 downstairs, ball 4. So it's a 5-pitch walk to Matt Olson. Braves nothing, Cubbies nothing. Top of the first inning. Hit that like button, y'all. Let's smash that like and get the 100. I got one of my producers on it today, so he'll be putting the number count up there at the end of this inning. We'll get rid of the screen when we hit 100. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is swung on and sawed off foul back behind home plate. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud comes in with 9 home runs, 27 RBI, and 800 OPS. Not too shabby for the backup catcher. Remember, he missed a good portion of the beginning of the year via injury. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss up top. 0-2. He's got that 4-seam, and then he's got one that's a touch low, depending on what site you're looking at it. I'm going to refer to it as a cutter, but it varies depending on what site you're on. The 0-2 pitch, off the plate, up high. 1-2. That was the pitch that he got Riley to roll over on and start the attempted double play. Really comes in and bites the hands of the right-hander. Almost John Lester-like. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threatened, put a couple of on, but failed to score. We will be back in a flash. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country.
I need a 4-letter word for disappointment.
Eric.
Hey, Braves fans. I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold? Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
It's all mixed up with peanuts, tobacco juice, and a hearty feeling among the fans joshing each other. Always this raucous, good spirit. Everybody came to have a good time. That's the way I remember it. The whole stand's full of people all roaring. And I guess it's true of any sport, but in baseball, never known elsewhere so instantly a whole crowd could be brought to its feet, roaring with delight over just a clean crack of a bat against the ball. It's a great sport that way.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Charlie Morton will toe the rubber. Braves are in their road grays. I mentioned it briefly earlier. Atlanta across the chest in red, the tomahawk down below. Numerals in red on the back. Navy, names in navy. We're wearing the navy hat with the white A for those of y'all listening on radio. The Chicago Cubs are in their classic home white and blue pinstripe uniforms with the blue cap and the red C. First pitch on the way from Charlie is high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Charlie Morton facing Mike Talkman. Excuse me. I'm going to do that a lot. The 1-0 pitch off the plate, 2-0. Mentioned it yesterday when Michael Tonkin was facing Mike Talkman. Dr. Seuss would have had a field day. The 2-0 pitch, swing on and fouls it away. It's 2-1. We've got a pretty fun poll question. We'll put it up here in a bit. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss up top, 2-2. Hope everyone woke up this Sunday morning feeling a lot better than Tim Anderson did. If y'all missed that last night, he got dropped by Jose Ramirez. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left field, drifting back, circling back. I think the wind was playing tricks on him. Pilar, good adjustment, makes the catch for out number 1. Kevin Pilar is getting the start in left field. For those of y'all that may have missed it, he'll be batting 8th, not 7th like we normally have Rosario. But the lefty on the mound, Pilar's finally getting a start. I think it's a well-deserved start. That'll bring Nico Horner to the plate. The first pitch to Nico Horner clips the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2. The 0-2 from Charlie. Got him, strike 3. Clips the top of the zone. Horner didn't like it. Can't say that I necessarily blame him. It's one of those 50-50 pitches. If you're wearing a Cubs C on your hat today, you're like, what the hell? If you're wearing a Braves A, you're like, all right, let's get them. Seeing two different screens too, where one is actually calling it a strike and one is calling it a ball. So that's pretty funny as well. Ian Happ comes to the plate from the left side, takes a hack at the first pitch, 97 up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, right there on the edge, 96. It's 0-2. Braves nothing, Cubs nothing. Bottom of the first inning, just getting going here in Wrigley. The 0-2 pitch. Whoa, 97 up top. He called it outside. Now, that one looked more of a strike than the last one, so maybe that's one of those payback. It was framed well by Darno, too. I don't know where that missed. The 1-2 pitch. Curveball dances in. Did he go around? He did not. 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Uncle Charlie blew the fastball right by him, and the doors go flying off. We'll be back at a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Can you keep a secret?
Of course I can.
I lost all our money today betting on sports.
Damn.
I know. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Can I tell you a secret?
Sure, yeah.
I lied. I can't keep secrets.
Wait, what?
Armchair.
Braves Country HD. Covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets. It's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul. Off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 10-inning victory.
Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Tony Gwynn is regarded by some as the best pure hitter ever. But did you know that he was also a star basketball player? In fact, in 1981, Gwynn was drafted by both the Padres and the Clippers on the same day, but he ended up choosing baseball. Walter Johnson pitched for the Washington Senators for over 20 years in the early 1900s and has the most WAR of any pitcher.
Van Johnson never missed an opportunity to make a speech. It was always the same speech, all about how he, single-handed and alone, had made baseball a gentleman's sport, and it must be kept forever clean because sportsmanship spoke from the heart of America, and he would lay down his life to save our beloved nation, at which he would begin to cry.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Chicago Cubs, 0-0 your score. You see the poll of the day up there. Be interesting to see what everyone's answer is going to be. Is the first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna, swung on and roasted back foul fastball right down Main Street. It's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna about tagged that one. Ozuna back from suspension. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled off again. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. We'll do it again at 0-2. So he's seen 4 consecutive four-seamers. It'll be interesting to see where he goes here. Or 3 consecutive four-seamers, excuse me. Can't imagine he's going to see number 4. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Ball gets away. Catcher has it. Flips it down to first. Amaya down to Candelario. The Ozuna running down the first baseline. There's one down. So one down. Pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down low, ball 2, 2-0. Braves nothing, Cubs nothing. The 2-0 pitch. Right there for a strike taken all the way. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's going to get dumped into right field, down for a base hit. It's a 1-out single by Orlando Arcia. Talkman quickly grabs it and gathers it and flips it back into the infield. And the Braves have a runner on first and 1 out, and Kevin Pillar coming to the plate. Kevin Pillar, 239 average, 721 OPS. Pitch on the way to Pillar is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Really difficult for Pillar to hit for good numbers considering how sparingly he's used. Baseball is such a game of rhythm. The 1-0 pitch swung on and grounded foul down third base line. We'll do it again. You got a 1-1 count, runner on first, the pitch on the way, swing, and fouls it straight back. 1-2. Four-seam. The last at bat, he threw a bender in the dirt to Ozuna, or the first at bat of the inning, excuse me. So we'll see if that might be what Pillar might be looking for here. Little cat and mouse game. The 1-2 pitch on the way, high and out of the zone. Did he go around? They're going to say he did, strike 3. Not sure about that one. That was close. I have to see a side angle of that, but nonetheless, there's 2 away. He went with the fastball once again, but this time he took it about eye level. So I'm not able to vote on this. I love this question today, by the way. Jason came up with it for our producer. Is the first pitch on the way to Harris is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. But if you missed that fight last night, Tim Anderson of the White Sox is the 0-1 pitch off the plate wide to Harris, 1-1. Who's been known to run his mouth a bit. And I know Josh Donaldson, if y'all know that story, got a kick out of that. But he's really been known to run his mouth and whatnot and be kind of a fire starter in the media. Is the 1-1 pitch off the plate. Did he go around? He did not. 2-1. There was a slide at second base last night, and Ramirez came up, and when he did, there had to have been something said between the two of them, but what you could see was Anderson not getting out from over him, and then there was kind of words exchanged, and then all of a sudden Anderson throws his gloves down. Like, I mean, he squared up like a 1930s cartoon boxer as the 2-1 pitch, is right there for a strike. It's 2-2. And he went swinging on a much smaller stature of Ramirez. 2-2 pitch, caught looking, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put 1 on, but Harris couldn't get the bat off his shoulders. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
God would never let me be successful. He'll kill me first. He'll never let me be happy.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do for the bad things.
Yeah, I don't give a damn who you are, how much money you got. You're going to make 7 out of 10 outs and go to the Hall of Fame. What others is it? LeBron James shoots 3 out of 10? Are we buying that 26? If Tom Brady completes 3 out of 10, are we buying that 12? No. So just accept the fact. I made 10,000 outs. I did Reggie Jackson's radio show about an hour ago. I made more outs than he got at bats. And he was the first to tell me that, by the way. Smart ass. He told me it was Mr. October. I said, hey, Reggie, listen, I was Mr. April, May, June, July, and August, and September. You were Mr. October.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country Baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Dave Justice, all is forgiven in Atlanta. Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves. Charlie Morton going back to the mound here in the bottom of the second versus the Chicago Cubs. The first pitch on the way is a curveball, just nicks the side of the zone inside. It's 0-1. Cody Bellinger, who's had himself a pretty good series and a pretty good year for the Chicago Cubs at .322 batting average. The 0-1 goes out wide. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Charlie Morton with a very economical first inning. Now on a 1-2 count to the first batter he sees is at 16 pitches. After a timeout by Bellinger, back to work, the 1-2 pitch, down and in, curveball misses. It's 2-2. Atlanta Braves come in today 11.5 in front of Philadelphia, 14 in front of Miami, 21 in front of the Mets, and 23.5 in front of Washington in the East. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and just one of those keep me alive type swings. 97 on the outer edge, fouls it away. We'll do it again at 2-2. Currently, the Phillies lead Kansas City 5-4 in the top of 4. The 2-2 pitch from Morton. Swing and grounds it foul down the first base line. Olsen snags it up, but plenty foul. It's 2-2 once again. The big picture, the Braves are now just 2.5 in front of the Baltimore Orioles, who won last night. Still 5.5 in front of Tampa. They got bad news with Tyler Glasnow getting scratched in his start today. The 2-2 pitch misses high and outside, ball 3-2. Glasnow woke up with, I guess, back spasms, and they're going to go ahead and sit him down for today. No word on how long he'll be out. The 3-2 pitch swung on and lifted high and deep into left field, drifting back, coming back and making the catch is Kevin Pillar for out number 1. The Texas Rangers are now just 6.5 back of Atlanta. They have really been playing good baseball. Now, that's the bad news that they've been gaining on us. The good news is, if you look at it, Texas has been beating Miami. Baltimore has been beating the Mets. The Dodgers come into tonight's action. They play later on tonight against San Diego. 7.5 behind Atlanta for the best record in the National League. Not sure what happened there. Charlie Morton went to go throw the ball and held on to the ball, came off the mound, and he'll be dotted an automatic ball. So essentially what is now called a pitch clock violation is a 1-0 pitch to Dansby Swanson, pops it up. It's a can of corn. Drifting in, making the catch is Matt Olson for out number 2. Good to see everybody in the chat. Welcome in. I haven't had a chance to say hi to everybody, but welcome Rebel, Mark, Tim, Jameson, Terry, Underwater, Cherry. If I missed some, I do apologize. First pitch on the way from Morton to Candelaria, the number 6, who's actually been roasting us. Misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Good afternoon to Margaret and Russell as well. I believe I saw Edward in the chat earlier and Robert. Anum and Jacob and Rob. The 1-1 pitch from Morton inside, and that curveball gets him. They're going to say he went around, so that's going to be a strike. So good news. The ball hit him. I call those Charlie Morton specials, the curveballs that hit the back foot on the left-handed hitters. When he misses, it's normally where he misses. But because he went around, it was a strike. It's 1-2. Candelario can't believe it, but the fact of the matter is if you swing at it, they can't give you a ball. So there's more than one way to skin the cat. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2, 96 on the outer edge. Welcome in, Tanner. The 2-2 pitch on the way, down and in. So a full count now. So Charlie Morton's been getting out to these early counts, and then they kind of nibble back and forth, it's almost like they get too cute. It really gets annoying. He's been dotting that fastball. The 3-2 pitch, down and in, ball 4. So they nibbled themselves to a walk. 2 down and 1 on. I was about to give them a big compliment beginning of the game because he was really dotting that 97-mile-an-hour fastball in and out of the zone. He was getting some quick outs, and I think if he would do that more often, you're not going to throw the curveball away totally, but you got to make it more difficult to pick up. The first pitch on the way, Christopher Morel is a curveball, hanging curveball, swinging a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball on the outer edge. It's 0-2. So they're coming in pitching him backwards. You'd love to see a fastball up tight on an 0-2 pitch after starting him off with 2 slow ones. Tim, I think the GOAT had to go check on Tim Anderson. He'll be right back. The 0-2 pitch down in the dirt. Gets away, and on the play, Candelario was moving, so he'll move down to second. They should give him a stolen base because he was moving on the pitch. He knew that curveball was coming. So that will be a stolen base for Candelario. No pass ball, no wild pitch. Welcome in, pushing button. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And that'll end the inning. Good night, almighty. He put an absolute spinner on him to end the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You know what your problem is? You're really cute, so no one ever told you to shut your pie hole.
You think I'm cute?
Shut your pie hole!
When Larry Bird finally returned to the court after missing basically an entire season with foot surgery and a back injury, he faced prime Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. 10 seconds to go, it was a tie game. The Celtics had the ball, and the Bulls put their 2 best defenders, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, both on Larry Bird, and then this happened.
Let's see if they wind it all the way down. Inside of 10 seconds. You can't double yet. Now you can quickly. Bird's jumper, good. Larry Bird gives the Boston Celtics a 2-point lead. Everybody in this building had to know what was going on. Michael came over to help out.
But maybe a quote from NBA Hall of Fame coach Pat Riley can explain. In an interview, Pat Riley said this iconic quote, "If I had to choose a player to take a shot to save a game, I'd choose Michael Jordan. If I had to choose a player to take a shot to save my life, I'd take Larry Bird."
By the 1880s, newspapers and magazines and now baseball cards, printed up to help boost the sale of cigarettes, brought into the homes of young boys a generation of baseball heroes they would never get to see in person. Pete Browning, the old gladiator of the Louisville Eclipse, had a lifetime batting average of .343 and was the idol of Kentucky fans. One day in 1884, he broke his favorite bat. After the game, an apprentice woodworker named Bud Hillerick offered to make Browning a new bat. The next day, Browning went 3 for 3. Thereafter, he would use no one else's bat.
It was the first Louisville Slugger, and Browning would eventually own more than 200 of them, to each of which he gave a name taken from the Bible.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to be swatted into center field, down for a base hit, a comebacker just over the glove and over the head of Justin Steele. And to hit him where they ain't in the defense that was pulling a shift, that ball was sizzled into center field, and it's a leadoff base hit for your Atlanta Braves.
Do you sometimes sit and just be thinking like, man, I can't believe my best friend...
First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies. This is high and out of the zone. It's 0-1. Ozzie's 1 for 1. The single comes in with 25 home runs. The 1-0 pitch to Oz. Open stance from the right side. Swing, and that ball is dropped down the left field line. Just foul, and I mean just foul. Maybe a foot or so to the left of the chalk. If not, it's going to be extra bases, and Acuna may have scored. It was going to bounce around in a weird spot there in the left field corner. The 1-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-1. So 12 players suspended. They can say they're not having it, but more people have been talking about that than they've talked about anything in sports in the last several days. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. What do you think more people were talking about this morning over coffee and donuts and whatnot? The Tim Anderson knockout or the U.S. women's soccer knockout, which I didn't even know what they were. I saw a thing on Twitter. I was like, what are they talking about? What game was played this morning? The 2-2, they flipped it over to first. Steele trying to keep Acuna close by. I think without a doubt it's the Tim Anderson. No matter what ESPN would try to tell you. Because they went all in on covering that. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and the miss. Acuna is off and running, and he is safe. Saved by Ronald Acuna Jr. And the Atlanta Braves have a runner in scoring position. Good jump by Acuna. Ozzie Albies with the strikeout, so there is one down. But Riley steps up, and the first pitch to Riley is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Riley grounded into a fielder's choice last time up. They got a couple of quick strikes on him and then threw one under his hands that he dragged over to third. See if he makes the adjustment. The 1-0 from Steele, lefty-righty matchup, swing and fouls it straight back out of play over the first base dugout area into the cheap seats. That's 1-1. Atlanta Braves will head to Pittsburgh next. We'll have all 4 games of that series beginning tomorrow night, 7:05. The 1-1 pitch swung on and lifted high and deep into right field. Think there's going to be room, though. Making the catch on the warning track is Tauchman. He'll throw it back into the infield, but he's not going to wear out his arm as Ronald Acuna Jr. quickly makes it down to third, but there are 2 away. So 2 down. Ronald Acuna Jr. standing on third after his 52nd stolen base of the year. Matt Olson steps in, and the first pitch on the way, 92 up top, misses high. It's 1-0. Acuna's also got his batting average up to 340. Justin Steele, this point would be looked upon as the ace of the Chicago Cubs, fires the 1-0 pitch, high and inside, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. You could have made the argument earlier in the year that it was Stroman, but first of all, he's on the IL as the 1-1 pitch is fouled down the line. It's 1-2. Second of all, he's been very inconsistent recently. Justin Steele has really pitched well. Steele, left-hander, 28 years old, out of Mississippi, was drafted by the Cubs in 2014. Made his debut in 2021. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, gets away, but not quite far enough. Got away, probably we'll say 15 feet away from home plate. Looking at the carom, think if it kicks just a little farther away, Acuna's going, but probably the right decision. Of course, with his speed, I would never say never. The 2-2, runner on third, 90 feet away for the leading run. The pitch on the way, high and out of the zone. Tried to get him to chase up top again. Ball 3-2. So you got a full count to Olson. Acuna standing on third with 2 outs. Travis d'Arnaud is on deck. The 3-2 pitch. Rocks and fires. Swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong. A 2-run bomb, the 39th of the year. 96th RBI. 453 happy feet. 110 miles an hour off the bat. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. Olson knew at the moment he did it. Kind of has that. I love that. I call it like the Jerry Rice reaction. Act like you've been there before. He hammers that ball, just puts his head down and goes, yep, that'll do it. And the Braves win it 2-0. Don't get me wrong. I like the Acuna celebration too, but I really like the way Olson just goes, yeah, buddy. So 2-0 your score. Olson's up there. I haven't checked Ohtani recently, but he's got to be really close to the lead in Major League Baseball. I know he didn't get any home runs against us in Atlanta. 1-0 pitch is fouled off. It's 1-1. Travis d'Arnaud comes in 0 for 1. The 1-1 swing and fouls it down the line. 91 right down the pipe. It's 1-2. He better watch out putting those in there on Travis. 91 belt high over the plate. He won't miss many of those. It's funny about Steele's delivery, though. He's got like a methodic delivery that is the 1-2 pitch is fouled away again. 1-2. I'd love to hear a hitter's actual take on it, but what it looks like to me is slow. It's like a slow delivery, and then that ball just kind of pops out of his hand. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, or did he foul it off? Travis d'Arnaud falls to the ground. I think he got a piece of it. The ball goes off his leg. Travis d'Arnaud falls to his ground. His helmet comes off. Appears to be okay. Man, that got him right in the leg. Where did it get him? I think he got lucky. The fat part of the calf. I still don't understand why these guys aren't just head to toe looking like Iron Man from the waist down when they swing up there. The foul balls they get. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Good take by d'Arnaud. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count. 2 away. The pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it away. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Ohtani does have 40. Thank you, Russell. I knew he was right in the neighborhood because he hasn't been really. So for past couple of weeks, Olson's really closed the gap. And we know he doesn't take days off. So the 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled again. Do it again. It's 2-2. I think Matt Olson catches and passes Ohtani for a number of reasons. But the main thing is he's going to have more bats, or should, assuming health. And in the Braves order, you can't really pitch around anybody. The 2-2, down and in, ball 3-2. So Travis d'Arnaud has done a heck of a job, if nothing else, really running the pitch count up here. This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat and the 60th of the game. The 3-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to short. Dansby's got it, flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves take a 2-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Kind of fun, he's kind of fat, the all-American man.
My typical favorite shot, honestly, is just old Jack D. Well, Ice Cold Jack D. But if I'm going to pick like more of like a shooter type of thing, it is the most dangerous one, and I no longer drink it. But man, a good Jaeger bomb.
I was about to say, it's probably got some Jaegermeister.
But I'm going to tell you right now, do a Jaeger bomb nowadays, I'm probably going to end up in divorce court. So, I black out and not only just time travel, I travel. I wake up in other cities. So,
if I remember correctly, you used to like slap your face like Curly, and then you would just do this shuffle step, and then it was on after that.
Yes.
We went into plan M for McGee.
Yes.
All right, execute plan M. Todd, you get the flanks. If anybody's taller than McGee, get him out now.
Oh, yes.
At least that's how I remember it.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember it. That's kind of the point.
Checkmate.
Armchair.
To further solidify their control, the owners added a reserve clause to the contracts of the 5 best men on every team. It required that each play only for his current employer and reserved his services for the following year. At first, few complained. To be reserved was to be sure of a job for the coming season. Those who did complain that the reserve clause smacked of slavery, fired, then blacklisted. For the first time in the history of the game, players would serve the interests of the owners. For the next 100 years, the professional game would be dominated by those who owned the field and supplied the ball.
Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. 94 just over the caps of Nick Magical. Righty-righty matchup, the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Braves 2, Cubs nothing. Bottom of the third inning, the 0-2 pitch off the plate wide. 1-2. Tried to get him to chase. They're calling it the cutter, but that was his curve. The 1-2 from Charlie. Whoa, way outside wide. Into the batter's box. If Magical was left-handed, he might have been spayed or neutered there. So you got a 2-2 count. Be a perfect time to bust him inside after seeing that wildness. The 2-2. Right there, got him, strike 3. And it absolutely did buckle him. He threw the cutter. It wasn't the fastball, but I would have loved to have seen the fastball, and there's one away. Absolutely froze him. You got to think what's going through Magical's mind is like, man, that dude is inaccurate as hell, and all of a sudden the ball comes towards you, and then takes a turn right to home plate. So 1 down, and the first pitch on the way to the number 9 hitter, Miguel Amaya, the hind catcher for this afternoon of the Chicago Cubs, is down over the plate, but a ball low. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's belted high down the line. It's going to get into the upper deck, but plenty foul. 2-1. I love the comments. The 2-1 pitch. Inside. 3-1. That's when Jacob's got to come back with I said what I said. The 3-1 pitch. I'll tell you what, though, with the way the wind is blowing, it's a 3-1 right below the knees. Didn't get the call, and it's going to be a 5-pitch walk with one away. The way that wind is shifted and is blowing hard into right field, it very well could be a 2 or 3 home run game for Olsen. You've already got one down. Folks just joining us. Braves lead at 2-0 on a mammoth home run shot that went into the right center field. I think it barely stayed in the park, but it was right there deep into the bleachers. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees, called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Braves 2, Cubs 0. The rubber match, this 3-game set. We'll see him again in late September. The 0-1 pitch, down and in, 1-1. The last week of the season at Truist Park, just before we ended all versus Washington, the Cubs come a-calling. Those could be some big gains for Chicago. We hope they're not big for Atlanta. The 1-1 pitch. Top of the zone for a strike. 1-2. Regardless, because of all the Chicago folks that we have that follow the channel from the guys that do the Chicago sports talk with us during the week, we will bring all 3 of those games to you regardless. We get to the final weekend and that last game is meaningless. We're going to kind of play that by ear. But other than that, the plan is to bring you all every game the rest of the way. The 1-2 pitch. Down and in. Tried to get him to chase that curve again. Mighty low. And it's 2-2. Charlie Morton is now at 46 pitches. So the first was a tidy inning. The last 2 have been kind of dragged out by some long at-bats. The 2-2 on the way to Talkman, the leadoff hitter. Swing, and that ball's roasted into center field, down for a base hit. Quickly cutting it off and getting it back into the field of play is Michael Harris II. The Cubs have 2 on and only 1 away in the heart of the Cubs order coming to the dish. It'll be Nico Horner. If he doesn't bang into a double play, Ian Happ. And if they keep it going, Cody Bellinger and Dansby Swanson loom in the holes. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way, right there at the knees for a strike. That sinker, he has got that thing going. It's 0-1. Really has the fast and the seam and the sinker working very well, including the cutter. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees. Tried to get him to chase that one to bang it in the dirt. But Horner, good eye. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Right there. Corner edge. Buckled him for a strike. And Charlie Morton is ahead 1-2. First and second, 1 down. The 1-2 count from Charlie Morton. Lets it go. Curveball way outside wide. 2-2. I know that's one of his bread and butter pitches, but it's just not hitting today. And there's days when he just doesn't have the curveball. And you kind of like to see him get away from it. It could have something to do with the cool temperatures here in Wrigley. May not be getting a good grip, or may not be spinning the way he wants. The 2-2 pitch. Swing! And rifles a 95-mile-an-hour fastball down the first base line. Plenty foul. Not much room here in Wrigley down the foul line, especially towards the corners. So it smacked up against the wall. That just tells you he was behind that pitch because he was looking for the off speed. So now he's really got him guessing. 2-2. 2 on, 1 out. You'd love to see that cutter that they snuck in earlier. The 2-2 pitch, high and inside, and he loses it and hits a batter, and now the bases are juiced. So they were set up outside wide. I think he was trying to throw, it was either the cutter or his sinker. That was his cutter. But they were setting it up outside to try to get him to chase, and the ball drifted way inside. You can tell by the way Darno had his gloves set up there where he was expecting it a little farther down. So now the bases are loaded and one out. And the first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike, 95 right down the pipe right past Ian Happ, and it's 0-1. Ian Happ 0 for 1, righty-lefty matchup. He does have 13 home runs, 51 RBI, and the wind is blowing out hard to right. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Ian Happ, and Bellinger stands on deck. I know they'd love to get a strikeout here, but I think they'd be okay with just getting one and letting a run score. The 0-2 pitch, swing and grounding it up the middle. Arcia's got it, steps on the bag, fires it down to first, and Happ was busting it down the line. No chance for the double play. Good effort by Orlando Arcia, but his momentum kind of took him towards one way and had to go the other. By the time he stepped on second, he didn't have a lot of mustard on that hot dog heading down towards first. So the Cubs score. You'll have runners on the corners and 2 outs, and Bellinger coming to the plate. Looking at the replay, Happ beat it out by about a half step, but a good effort by Arcia. He's got one of the strongest arms, most accurate arms I've ever seen at shortstop, so I'm sure he never thinks he can't get anybody out. Runners on the corners, 2 out. Braves lead by 1. The pitch on the way to Bellinger is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Standing on deck is Swanson. And not that he is a walk in the park, but you do wonder if Morton may be pitching around Bellinger with the base open. Swanson, the right-hander on deck, the 1-0 pitch. Tried to clip it outside, missed it wide. What little chance he was going to get for a frame shot. Travis d'Arnaud loses his balance and almost does like a Three Stooges act there, stumbling out of his crouch. So a 2-0 pitch, the pitch on the way, drifts outside wide, ball 3. And I do believe that's what they're doing. They were just trying to see if Bellinger would chase. With him now up at 59 pitches, you almost say, why didn't they just walk him? The 3-0 down below the knees, ball 4. Bellinger never even flinched. He knew what they were doing after that 2-0 pitch. Krantz is going to come out there and talk to him. I think this is more just to give him a breather going into this last at bat or next at bat. We hope it's the last at bat of the inning. While Krantz is out there talking to Charlie and giving him a chance to catch a breath, we'll get you updated on the score. Toronto 10. The Red Sox 1. Where was this Red Sox team at when we were there a couple of weeks ago? That game is in the 5th. Baltimore leads the Mets 1-0. Phillies 7-4 with Kansas City in the 6th. Yankees and Astros 5-5 in 5. Washington over Cincinnati 5-3. Good news for Cubs fans as they're right there on the doorsteps of the NL Central lead. Tampa Bay 6-3 over Detroit. Pittsburgh 2-0 over Milwaukee. And Colorado 1-0 over St. Louis in the 4th. First pitch on the way to Dansby Swanson is curveball. They're going to say that was a tad low. It's 1-0. Swanson popped out in the 2nd. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Right there down Main Street. Curveball taken all the way. 1-1. Braves lead at 2-1, but the bases are loaded and there are 2 outs. So anything that gets hit, they're going to be running at the crack of the bat. Bellinger with good speed on first. The 1-1 pitch. Way outside wide, 2-1. The curveball. He has not had that curveball at all today. And they keep going to it. Why they keep dialing it up between him and d'Arnaud, I just do not understand. He's at 63 pitches now. The 2-1 from Charlie lets it go. Curveball again, misses again. It's 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Charlie Morton now forced to throw a strike, nowhere to put Swanson. Really his own doing. Him and d'Arnaud keep going to that curveball, the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Did get that one, and it's 3-2. So 5 consecutive curveballs to Dansby Swanson. And I don't care how good that pitch is. You want to throw a 6th one, A, will it hit the zone, and B, will he not hit it? Bases are loaded, 2 outs, but the game is at the plate. Cubs fans at their feet. The 3-2 pitch swung on and taps that foul. 3-2. 6 consecutive curveballs. And though the last 2 have looked good, 3 of the first 4 were nowhere near the zone. The 3-2 count. Bases juice, runners go. Inside ball 4, another curveball. 7 consecutive curveballs. And at some point, this has to go on Travis d'Arnaud as well. Quit dialing up the damn curveball. So the game is tied 2-2. You cannot throw the same pitch to a major league hitter over and over and over again and expect good results. The only guy that ever did that was Mariano Rivera. That'll bring up the number 6 hitter, Candelario, has had himself a series already. Takes the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. He walked in the second, stolen base. First game, he had a home run and a double. The 0-1 pitch swung on and pops it up high and deep, but not deep enough. Kevin Pillar is underneath it. He'll make the catch. So it could be a heck of a lot worse, but the Braves cough up 2. We'll be back in a flash, top of the 4th, here in Wrigley Field.
Billy, how come your socks aren't the same color?
I don't know, Brandy. How come your kids don't have the same last name?
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Warren Spahn, in his career, had 363 wins, 356 with the Braves, 4 with the Mets, and 3 with the Giants. Batting, he had 363 hits, 356 with the Braves, 4 with the Mets, and 3 with the Giants. How about the playoffs? He had 4 playoff wins, and you guessed it, 4 playoff hits.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limited hearing, full stop making lane change signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays all over Braves country. Talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays.
But for all Johnson's skill and speed, there was one hitter whom he could not seem to intimidate. A young Georgian playing for Detroit, who soon found a way to get hits off Johnson. Walter Johnson was a kindly man, the Georgian explained, and never really wanted to hurt anybody.
It was useless to try for more than a single off Johnson. You had to poke and try to meet the ball. If you swung, you were dead. After he told me he was afraid he might kill a hitter, I used to cheat. I'd crowd the plate till I was actually sticking my toes on it, knowing he'd be so timid that he'd pitch me wide. Then with 2 balls and no strikes, he'd ease one up to get it one over. That's the Johnson pitch I hit. Ty Cobb.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Chicago Cubs, Tied at 2 apiece. The first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is a strike. Right down the pipe looking. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch dives inside and misses. Looked like the cutter. 1-1. Braves scored 2 in the top of 3 with a 2-run shot by Matt Olson. If you're just joining us, as the 1-1 pitch is fouled out of play, 1-2. And the Cubs answered back with 2 of their own in the third, putting together a lot of walks and a hits Batman and 1 base hit. So the 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. Tried to go with the slider, went well out in front of home plate. A little bit of precipitation coming down now. They do believe they're going to get the game in, but it's could be a dicey thing for the fans. The 2-2 pitch outside wide, but called for a long wide strike 3. That could be a little bit of arguing with the ump yesterday, and it could be a lot of the fact that pitch was off the plate. Could be a lot of the fact that it's raining. Home plate umpire Marvin Hudson. Haven't seen him too much. First pitch on the way, hits the same exact spot, but calls it a ball. It's 1-0. So that might tell you that had something to do with Marcell getting kicked out. The umps do stick together. The 1-0 pitch called for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 1-1. They don't stick together like they used to. They used to really hold a grudge, but they were going to get him today. The 1-1 pitch down and in for a ball, 2-1. So 2-1 count. Orlando Arcia singled his first time up. The pitch on the way. Misses high out of the zone. It's 2-1. Braves 2, Cubs 2. Top of the fourth, the 3-1 pitch. Way out, high and out of the zone. And the Braves get the runner on with 1 away. And coming to the plate is Michael Harris II. Justin Steele with 70 pitches already. I'm sorry, Kevin Pillar. I think I said Michael Harris. The first pitch on the way to Kevin Pillar is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. So used to Arcia being followed up by Harris. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch from the southpaw is down and inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Kevin Pillar getting the start today with the left-handed matchup. Let's be honest, they got to start getting this guy at bats heading towards postseason. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hammered down the left field line, but foul. That thing went sizzling into the crowd. Whatever it bounced off of, I believe it was one of the railings over there. It came flying back. It was like a pinball, ricocheted 2 or 3 times, went flying back towards the field about 50 feet. So it was smoked. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is hit towards center field. Making the catch is Bellinger, and Orlando Arcia with another terrible base running will get doubled off. Orlando Arcia continues his terrible base running. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Braves Country HD on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Braves Country HD. always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham, dodges left, and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch, and the race is on. There are no flags, a 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
Mike Schmidt batting .286, 10 homers. He's knocked in 29. He's tied for second in the league in home runs behind Eric Davis, who has 13 of them. Schmidt, Dawson, and Durham of the Cubs each have 10. 1-1 to Schmidt. Schmidt lifetime is hitting just 189 against Nolan Ryan. 7 hits and 37 at bats. 5 of those 7 hits have been home runs. First strikeout for Ryan. That's 2 down here in the first.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves. Chicago Cubs 2-2. First pitch was in there for a strike, and the 0-1 pitch from Charlie fires it on the outer edge. Called for a strike 2. It's a 0-2. Christopher Morel, the designated hitter, 0-for-1 with the strikeout. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. 1-2. That is the 4th time in about a week that Orlando Arce has been out from terrible base running. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is hammered into left field. Making the running catches, Pilar. Good defensive play by Pilar. And there's one away. And I will tell you to a man, I'm probably one of the biggest Orlando Arce fans, but you've got to bench him. Because if you're going to bench Marcell Ozuna for bad base running, you got to bench Orlando Arce. This has been the 4th time. You get Nicky Lopez in there, give him a chance to play a little, and give Arce a chance to maybe talk over with the coaching staff what the hell's going on in his head. First pitch on the way to Magical, the number 8 hitters off the plate wide. It's 0-1. 1-0, excuse me. He was just kind of lightly jogging and then lightly jogs back, and the whole time he was getting doubled up. I mean, it's very Eddie Rosario-like. Pitch on the way is swung on and popped up high, not very deep, chasing in, making the catch is Acuna, and there's 2 away. And I usually would never kill a play for making a mental mistake, but when it's over and over again, I mean, come on. First pitch on the way from Morton is a curveball right there inside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Charlie. Right there, top of the zone, changeup, 0-2. Before we won the championship, we used to joke and call it Snitty Ball, where it was like he never seems to bat an eye, get up off his can, do anything. Just kind of lets it ride it out. The 0-2 pitch misses outside wide, curveball in the dirt, 1-2. We're in August. We are essentially, for most teams, 50 games from the end of the season, and we've seen some really bad base running all year long. Bad fundamentals. The 1-2 pitch, off the plate wide, 2-2. And it doesn't all go on Snicker. I mean, Ron Washington's in charge of the infield, et cetera, but the 2-2 pitch, down and away, 3-2. That decision to bench him has got to come from Snicker, and you've got to, I mean, I'm not saying bench him for a week. I'm just saying go make him sit down for the rest of the game. The 3-2 from Morton. Swing, and that ball is lifted high, but not deep enough into left field just before the warning track. Make the catch, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. Braves and Cubs 2-2.
Not the sass we love or the back talk we hate.
Unclear. There's a fine line between quippy and mean. I show her Golden Girls. It's just not sinking in.
Okay.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Ted Williams is undoubtedly a top 5 hitter in the history of baseball. When he passed away, parts of his family claimed that he wanted to be put into a state of biostasis through being cryogenically frozen. So, surgeons decapitated Williams, froze his body in a giant cylinder, and froze his head in a steel can. This was done with the hope that one day he could be revived from the dead.
August 3rd, 1903. To the editor, it makes sense to teach a child to play chess. But what is the point of a crazy game like baseball? Here in educated America, adults play baseball. They run after a leather ball like children. I want my boy to grow up to be a mensch, not a wild American runner.
Dear son, let your boy play baseball and play it well, so long as it does not interfere with his education or get him into bad company. Let us not so raise the children that they should grow up foreigners in their own birthplace. Abraham Kahan, editor.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Harris II. Lefty-lefty matchup with Steele. The first pitch is a fastball right inside for a strike. It's 0-1. Michael Harris II, 0 for 1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. So you got an 0-2 count. He started off with the fastball in and a fastball out. Steele, the 77th pitch of the afternoon, on the way, swung on and fouled straight back. Do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way, in the dirt. Good take by Harris. Had been tempting to go after that slider away. It's 1-2. Wind still blowing out towards right field. Pretty good rate. Looked it up a second ago. They're saying between 15 to 17 mile an hour winds. The pitch on the way is swung on and hit hard into center field. A little bit of a hop and a catch by Bellinger just before the warning track is out number 1. Ball kept moving on him. Almost made it over his head, but Bellinger stayed with it, and there's 1 down. So 1 down, and the top of the Atlanta Braves order comes to the plate. The first pitch on the way, swung on by Ronald Acuna Jr. That ball's going to get down in where the green grass grows. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. He rounds first. He's heading to second, and it is a 1-out double to get the Braves going here in the top of the 5th inning with Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Another inside-out swing where he just sizzles it down the line. Good approach by Acuna. Noticed him doing this quite a bit over the last week or so. He's taking a lot of balls into right field and just kind of punching him over there, letting his speed do the rest. The pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies, and that ball's going to get down into right field. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. They're going to send him. It's going to be a play at the plate, and he is going to be dead meat, and a collision. Make sure Acuna's all right. He's coming up holding his shoulder, and I knew that was a stupid, unbelievable. Let me catch myself. Ron Washington essentially is getting Ronald Acuna Jr. injured by sending him. It was a hard hit ball. He did not have a very good jump. And Ron Washington doesn't read the play. He just sends him, and he collides with the hind catcher right in the knee with his left shoulder. He comes up. I think he's going to be okay. But it's just absolutely unbelievably goofy send. All right, back to the action. Runner on first, 2 outs. Austin Riley, 0 for 2, the 1-0 pitch. Swung on that ball's hit hard on the ground at third, but deep in the hole. The throw is going to be wide of the bag, and the Braves have runners on first and second with 2 outs. See if they give him an error on that. It's a deep throw. Years ago, that would have been an automatic error, but more and more you see them give the benefit of the doubt. We'll see. It looks like they're going to give him an infield single. It's a play that I guarantee you, if you ask Magical, he's going to say he should have made. Bad throw up the line. If it's accurate, the inning's over. So the ruling was a hit. They're going to go talk to Steele, give him a chance of a breather. Home plate umpire just announced that the Cubs are going to challenge it. He's off the bag. And maybe there's a better angle we're not seeing. It looks like he's off the bag. The umpire is standing right there. And it is a very, very wide look, and he is safe. So a wasted challenge by David Ross. His foot may have been touching the bag, but I didn't see a very good angle. It looks like it came off by the time he caught it. And the view they had down the first base line was not very good, not very close. The replay they keep showing is from the first base dugout. So the first pitch on the way to Matt Olson. Runners on first and second. 1-2 outs. Olson already hitting a 2-run shot earlier. Fouls off the first pitch. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. 1-1. Matt Olson, 453-foot blast if you're just joining us, his last time up. The 2-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Swung on, and that ball is going to get roasted into left field. Good jump by Ozzie. He comes around third. He'll score easily as a slow roller to left field. Makes it 3-2 your Atlanta Braves. Good piece of hitting by Olson. They pitched him outside. He just served it. Served it into the left field. Good jump by Ozzie. Plus, not a very hard hit ball, just kind of laced it out there. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud. Swing and a miss for a strike up top. It's 0-1. So 3-2 your score. If you're looking at it, it ought to be 4-2 with 1 out, but instead the bad send by Washington once again. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, 1-1. Braves 3, Cubs 2. 2 away, a 1-1 count. Travis d'Arnaud, who's 0 for 2. Pitch on the way, swing and pops it up high in the sky, and that's not going to get it done. Catch is made by the right fielder. Talkman will be back in a flash.
Hey, is that a T-bone? No, there's no T-bone. Why no T-bone? T-bone. Why no T-bone?
Because Neil Watkins from accounting is T-bone.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again. Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
My kids, they don't help either, you know. My kids, they're real smart kids I got, you know. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you. And my daughter, too, she's no bargain either, my daughter. You kidding? She's been picked up so many times, she's starting to grow handles.
Armchair.
Why do you suppose people want to listen to you?
I think they know that I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be fair. I don't have a hidden agenda. Not many people on TV that you can say that about. The people like, you think our team sucks? I'm like, yeah, I only think that because they suck. It's just basketball. We're not solving inflation. We didn't just get back from Afghanistan.
Past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back, Braves country. Bottom of the fifth inning. Your Atlanta Braves. Three to two. Morton will go back to work to face Mike Tauchman, the top of the order, and the first pitch is right there for a strike. Changeup. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is going to get laced down into center field. Cutting it off is Harris. He'll keep Tauchman to a long single. And the leadoff hitter is on for the Chicago Cubs. Braves 3, Cubs 2. Charlie Morton sitting at 83 pitches, so they're going to try to get another inning out of him here, but the bullpen may be stirring before too long. Pitch on the way, runner on the way, fastball right down the pipe, and that base is stolen with ease. Tauchman with a huge jump. And with Darnode behind home plate, not much of a chance. So runner in scoring position now. The 0-1 pitch. They're back to it. Horner digs in. The pitch on the way. Fastball. Did he go right? He did not. And it's 1-1. The Braves defense pretty well playing Nico Horner as the pitch is right there just below the edge. 2-1. 2-1 from Charlie to Horner. Righty-righty matchup, lets it go. Swung on, that ball's grounded hard, but on the ground to Ozzie. He'll flip it over to second, but on the play, Tauchman easily takes third, and the tying run is 90 feet away. So one down, but Ian Happ coming to the plate. Hitting from the left-hand side, he's 0 for 2. The ground out, but all he needs is a fly ball or anything as the defense comes in onto the grass. First pitch away, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch off the plate up wide, 2-0. You got the runner down there at third with good speed. The 2-0 pitch right there up top, changeup, 2-1. Would have loved to have seen him swing at that, because if he swung underneath it, that would have been a can of corn. Instead, you got a 2-1 count, runner on third, the pitch on the way, off the plate wide again, 3-1. So you could pitch around him, but you don't gain a whole lot with Bellinger standing on deck. The 3-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get laced down into center field, down for a base hit, and the game is tied 3-3. Finally decided to come after him, and Happ just sent it back where it came from. Happ stands on first. With one down, Bellinger comes to the plate. Dansby Swanson on deck. Bellinger, who's been red hot. See how Charlie approaches this. He's at 92 pitches. I got to figure if he doesn't get Bellinger here, his day may be done. Pitch on the way to Cody is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Cody Bellinger 0 for 1 with the walk in the third. Morton turns and fires over to first. Keep Happ close by. Listen to this stat. Over the last 9 games, Matt Olson is 12 for 29, 7 home runs, and 17 RBI. The 1-0 pitch. Lets it go off the plate wide. 2-0. He's one short of the home run total. He's got the major league lead of 97 RBIs. The 2-0 pitch from Charlie. Kicks and deals, 3-0. So the last 2 pitches, they've been trying to get him to chase out wide. They've been nowhere near the plate realistically. He's worked himself to a 3-0 pitch. Brian Snickers at the top step of the deck of the dugout. The 3-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 3-1. When he goes out, it's usually a pitching change. So you got to figure if he doesn't get Bellinger here, the day is over for Charlie Morton. The 3-1 pitch from Morton. Right there at the knees on the outer edge. Cutter grabs the second strike. It's 3-2. Full count, runner on first. Bottom of the 5th, the game is tied. Pitch on the way. Swing! And fouls it back out of play. Do it again at 3-2. So a full count from Morton. He's at 98 pitches. This may be his last batter regardless. The pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball is laced into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Runner will go from first to third, and he was going. They're going to send him. He is going to score, and the Chicago Cubs lead the game 4-3. Cody Bellinger with an RBI double, and Snicker, I would think, is finally going to go get Morton, who has struggled mightily in this inning. Really struggled last inning as well. And it looks like that'll do it. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
One strike they count to Gwynn, and
Fastball inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. At first, second, and short. And Gooden catches the outside corner with a fastball. So it's 1-2. Curveball and hit foul down the left side.
An off-speed pitch that he can really handle with a man on third and the infield back, especially through the middle. It's like giving up the run.
Goes back to the fastball, and it's fouled into the stands. So
shortstop, or to the second baseman.
And the fastball for a ball. It's 2-2. And again, the fastball. That puts the count at 3-2. And as you pointed out, Rusty, does not strike out often. Got caught looking yesterday. 3-2 pitch, and it's hit down the line. It's foul. 3-2. 3-2 curveball out of the strike zone. So Gooden wins that one.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
Just a bit outside. Ball 4. Ball 8.
On many summer day, I played baseball starting at 8 in the morning, running home at noon for a quick meal, and again with fielding and batting till it was too dark to see the ball. These were times when my head seemed empty of everything but baseball names and figures. I could name the players who led in batting and fielding, and the pitchers who had won the most games. And I had my opinions about who was better than anybody else in the national game. Carl Sandburg.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail now 4-3. They'll go to Colin McHugh. Runner on second and 1 out. Charlie Morton, his day is done. 4 1/3 innings, 4 earned runs, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, 4 hits allowed. Really lackluster performance. It's going to move his ERA up to 3.78. I said it earlier, but it really comes down to if his curveball isn't working, they just continue to go to that curveball over and over again. Beginning of the game, his fastball, his cutter, they were working really well. Just truly is dumbfounding that he doesn't stick with it. But nonetheless, you got a runner on second, 1 out. Dansby Swanson coming to the plate trying to extend this lead. 4-3 your score. The pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball is hammered over to shortstop. Arcia grabs it, guns it over to first, and fires it a bullet, a one-hopper that Matt Olson has to scoop for the second out of the inning. Dansby Swanson was busting it down the line, but could not catch up. He was out by about a half step, we'll call it. Lando Arcia is showing off that arm. So 2 down. Coming to the plate is that man Candelario again. Colin McHugh turned around like he was going to throw it over to second. No one was really covering the bag, so it was really more of a bluff than anything else. Bellinger getting a big lead, and that's why he did it. The first pitch on the way from McHugh is right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Candelario just misses up top, 1-1. Welcome in, Goat. Braves trail 4-3. Still a long way to go. We know they continued to score runs yesterday when they were down by much more. Pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball's going to get dumped into center field just past the shift. Ozzie Albies gave one heck of an effort to try to dive for that ball, but it's going to score the run, and it's 5-3, doubling the lead for the Cubs. the Braves were playing Candelario to pull, but there was a huge hole where the second baseman normally stands. He was shaded much closer to first base and is just out of the reach of Ozzy's glove. In a normal defensive positioning, that's an out. First pitch on the way from McHugh to Morel is right there for a strike on the inner part of the plate. It's 0-1. Christopher Morel 0 for 2 on the day. The 0-1 pitch down and away for a ball, 1-1. So that'll close the books on Charlie Morton. 5 earned runs, 4 1/3, 4 walks and 4 strikeouts. And those walks really piled up. Just like yesterday. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded hard, foul down the third base line. It's 1-2. Saw a Braves writer try to blame the big inning on the Matt Olson error yesterday. And I'm like, man, I don't know if you were watching the game or not, but it was the walks. It was absolutely the walks that killed him, and it's what's killed him again today. The 1-2 pitch lets it fly, top of the zone. Cutter hits. Bad call by Marvin Hudson, the home plate umpire. I don't know what in the world he was looking at. It was right down the pipe. See it on your screen. It was even more so in the zone. Bad call by Hudson. 2-2. The 2-2 pitch down and away, 3-2. I think Marvin Hudson might have been starting his Sunday fun day from behind home plate. So he's to check him for a flask because that thing was right down Main Street. The full count, the runner will be on the move. Pitch on the way. Swung on that ball's hammered down the third base line again. Smoked. Do it again at 3-2. Go. We were assuming that you were checking on Tim Anderson. That's why you were late to the party. The 3-2 pitch. Runner on first. Once again, 2 outs, so he will be on the move. Pitch to Morel. High and inside. Ball 4. So runner will move down to first base. You got runners on first and second, 2 out. And here comes Nick Madrigal. Madrigal. First pitch up top for a strike. I mean, you got to be kidding me with this guy, Hudson. That one you could argue was not in the zone. Same area of the plate, though. The first pitch on, it's a 0-1 pitch on the way. Swung on and pops it up high towards left field. Kevin Pillar will make the catch. And that'll end the inning, but not before the Cubs put 3 on the board. Braves trail by 2, but Marcell Ozuna coming to the dish.
Bo Body. What does the first B stand for?
What are we doing?
We're making acronyms. Okay, what does the first B stand for?
Business.
I like it.
We need a new manager.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known, Part 18. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat.
Armchair.
New York Giants second baseman John Montgomery Ward was a rarity among players, a graduate of the Columbia Law School. And in an age when workers everywhere were struggling to win their rights, he was willing to take on the club owners on their own terms. Ward publicly denounced the reserve clause, which now kept every player from deciding for himself where he wished to play and forced him to accept whatever wage his owner was willing to pay.
There is now no escape for the player. If he attempts to elude the operation of the rule, he becomes at once a professional outlaw, and the hand of every club is against him. Like a fugitive slave law, the reserve clause denies him a harbor or a livelihood and carries him back bound and shackled to the club from which he attempted to escape. We have, then, the curious result of a contract which on its face is for 7 months, being binding for life. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail it by only 2. Marcell Ozuna takes the first pitch in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0 pitch inside. Called for a strike, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss up top. So you got a 1-2 count. Steele, by the way, is the 1-2 pitch misses inside 2-2. He just threw his 93rd pitch of the game. The pitch on the way. Down and away, ball 3. Good take by Ozuna. I think if Hudson would have called that a strike, they would have had to restrain Ozuna because that was feeling like it. The pitch on the way, 3-2 pitch inside, ball 4. That one missed the plate well inside, and it's a leadoff walk for your Atlanta Braves here in the top of the 6th inning. Still an overcast day in Chicago. Misty. Looks like they're playing the game in London Fall. Pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia. Start off the at-bat. It's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. If you're just joining us, Orlando Arcia 1-for-1, single and a walk, but he also had another terrible base running blunder that ran the Braves out of an inning. The 0-1 down and in, 1-1. Cubs do have a right-hander warming up in the bullpen, Steele approaching 100 pitches. The 1-1 pitch. Inside, 2-1. So 2-1 count. It's Michael Fulmer warming up for the Cubs. The Braves saw earlier in this series. Steele sets up the 2-1 pitch. Inside, ball 3. And that one was close, may have even clipped the zone, but because the catcher was set up outside and the ball drifted inside, it's kind of hard for him to even attempt to frame that. So a 3-1 count to Orlando. Pitch on the way, inside, ball 4, and two consecutive walks, to start the inning. That's got to be the end for Justin Steele, I would think, but we'll see. Top of the 6th inning, still a long way to go. No, Ottavy, the pitching coach, is going to go out there and talk to him. So I'm a little surprised they're going to let him out there. It looks like he's running out of gas. It could be the fact they might just be buying time because David Ross is on the horn with the bullpen. Pitching coach Tommy Hotovy out there having the powwow. It's about that time to turn back time. We haven't had a chance to do these yesterday and whatnot. Let's go ahead and get into it. Squeeze these in as the game goes along. On this date, 1921, Pittsburgh radio station KDKA provides listeners with the first ever broadcast of Major League Baseball. Play-by-play Harold Arlen detailing the action in the Pirates' 8-5 victory over the Phillies at Forbes Field, becoming the first ever baseball play-by-play announcer. So back to the action. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. The first pitch swung on and nailed down the third base line. Foul. It's 0-1. Braves trail by 2. Tying run on first. Go ahead at the plate. The 0-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball's chopped foul down the third base line again. 1-1. 0-2, excuse me. Steele now at 102 pitches. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is hit into left field, right at the left fielder. Happ, he'll make the catch. Runners will have to stay. No chance to advance. Wasn't hit deep enough. Ozuna did tag up and playfully act like he was going, but no way he was going. So David Ross rolled the dice and may pay dividends. Now he's got the lefty at the plate. I seriously doubt Steele would face Acuna again. But lefty-lefty matchup. Harris 0 for 2. The pitch on the way. Off the plate. Called for a wide strike by Marvin Hudson. It's 0-1. On this date, 1935, stormy day, Monday afternoon in Fenway Park, Yankees and Red Sox were playing a game. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, kind of a late swing. It's 0-2. Trying to take advantage of the inclement weather, stalling and hurry-up tactics were employed. American League President John Heidler later on will fine both managers $100 for their antics. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt to Harris. It's 1-2. Joe Cronin of Boston and Joe McCarthy of New York both fined $100 during the Bronx Bombers' eventual 10-2 victory. The pitch on the way to Harris, swung on, fought that off foul, and away. Do it again, it's 0-2. Runners on first and second, 1 out, a 1-2 count. Ronald Acuna Jr. standing on deck. The 1-2, they set up outside wide again. Pitch on the way, high, and spoils that one, slaps it foul over the third base side. We'll do it again at 1-2. Last couple of pitches appeared to be off the plate, but Harris does not want to take that chance, and I can't blame him. I'd like to see him shorten up, choke up a little bit. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Did he go around and win in the dirt? He did not. Evens up the count at 2-2. On this date in 1954, Stan the Man Musial, in a 13-4 rout of the Brooklyn Dodgers in Brooklyn, he paces the Cardinals' attack by hitting 2 homers, driving in 7 runs. The defeat is Preacher Row's first loss to St. Louis at Ebbets Field in 4 years. Steele goes to wind up, then spins around, kind of sort of chasing the runners back, but not throwing the ball. We do have one for Braves history today. There's a pitch on the way to Harris. A swung on. That ball's going to get laced into left field. Hard hit ball. They're going to have to hold Ozuna at second. Or at least Ozuna held himself. It wouldn't shock me if Washington was waving him around. That ball was smoked into left field, just went with the pitch. The bases are loaded. 1 out. And Acuna Matata is coming to the plate. David Ross says, that's it. We've had enough. We'll take a quick commercial break. They head to the bullpen. Bases juice. The Braves trail by 2. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Popped up. Sandoval in foul territory. Giants win. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the 3rd time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant. The Cubs win the World Series! And the Cubs have finally won it all! High fly ball into right field. She is gone! In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Jose Bautista was one of the most electrifying players of all time and has possibly the best bat flip of all time. In 2004, Bautista was struggling at the plate and was subsequently moved around a lot. He started the year with the Orioles, but was traded to the Rays, the Royals, the Mets, and lastly, the Pirates. This made Bautista the first player in baseball history to be on 5 different teams in one season.
John McGraw may have championed the old brawling brand of baseball, but his greatest star was Christy Mathewson, a pitcher with a record for clean play so spotless that his wife once felt she had to defend him by saying that while he was a good man, he was no goody-goody.
Christy Mathewson was so virtuous, he would not give interviews to sports writers who he heard cheated on their wives.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Fulmer will come in to face Ronald Acuna Jr. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way clips the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. 2 for 3 already. A single, a double, a run scored, and a stolen base. The 0-1 delivery from Fulmer. Sweeper well off the plate wide. Good take by Acuna. 1-1. That pitch starts about off the plate away and then really takes a nosedive. It's got to be hard to hold up if he's got 2 strikes. The 1-1 from Fulmer. Bases juice. Pitch on the way. Inside hits him, and that'll score a run. Ronald Acuna Jr. looks like he's about to go all Joe Ram out there on a Tim Anderson, but I don't think there's any way in the world that was intentional. The RBI will knock in a run. Ronald Acuna Jr. appears to be okay. I think it's just more frustration than anything else. He hit him on I call it the Iron Man gear, right there on the arm gear that he wears. The red and yellow arm gear. Braves trail by just 1 now, and Ozzie Albies, who will be turned around because of the righty-lefty matchup, takes a hack at the first pitch on the way, swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies 2 for 3, couple of singles and a run scored from the right side. From the left side, they have the defense playing him to pull quite a bit, so third baseman Madrigal is all by his lonesome over there. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Fulmer looks in to get the sign. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. Ball 2, 2-1. Cubs 5, Braves 4 in a shootout. Game where we're really expecting offense to be at a premium. The 5-4 your score. Pitch on the way. 2-1. Swung on. Jammed him up inside. Kind of handcuffed him foul. And it's 2-2. Bases loaded, 2-2 count to Ozzie and 1 down. They are in double play depth, so if Ozzie can hustle it out, we would at least score a run on a ground ball. The 2-2 pitch swung on and ground it down foul. We'll do it again. Going inside with that sweeper, trying to induce that double play. Standing on first is Ronald Acuna Jr. On second is Michael Harris II. So anything that gets down, good and down, will probably clear the bases. The 2-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball is lifted down the right field line. Plenty foul into the crowd. We'll do it again. Braves trail by just 1 run. Michael Fulmer digs in the 7th pitch of the at-bat. Ozzie steps out for a second. Fulmer back on the rubber. Bases loaded. They set up outside. Here's the pitch. Swing, and that ball's tapped over towards first. Just goes foul. It would have scored a run. They're playing back. It would have been very difficult to. The only play they probably would have had would have been right there at first base. So a 2-2 count. Bases loaded. The infield is back, but they are shaded to a pull on the right side of the infield. The 2-2. Caught, looking, strike 3. I don't know what in the world Ozzie Osbies was doing, but he wasn't ready for that. And Ozzie wants to argue with that one. Don't get me wrong. Home plate umpire Marvin Hudson's been terrible today, but you got to swing at that. That's strike 3. Cannot take that pitch. The thing is, the arguing with the umpires thing is never going to work. They're not going to overturn it and say, yeah, you're right. You have to be aware of who is behind home plate that he's been calling a big strike zone. He's not going to give you that. That was right there. So pitch on the way to Austin Riley's down below the knees, called for a low strike. It's 0-1. But in that instance, that pitch was in the zone, and you've got to take it. I mean, you've got to swing at it. Anything close. The 0-1 pitch to Riley, swings at the sweeper, misses, and it's 0-2. Can't imagine Riley's going to see anything but that sweeper now, at least until he takes one. Crowd is on their feet. Bases juiced. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Braves trail by just 1. The pitch on the way. Down and in. Nice take by Riley. He had to have been wanting to take a poke at that one. It's 1-2. You got speed on the base paths. If Riley can get one down into the gap. Pitch on the way. Misses high. Fastball. 2-2. Riley's also got to think about this. Matt Olson is standing on deck. There is no way Fulmer wants to walk Riley with the bases loaded and Olson standing on deck. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and just got a piece of that. Chase the sweeper a little bit off the plate. A little too close to take. Good job by Riley to keep the inning alive. Keep the inning alive. Keep the at-bat alive. So bases juiced. A 2-2 count. 2 out. Righty-righty matchup. Fulmer lets it fly. Curveball misses off the plate. Ball 3. A full count. Nowhere to put Riley. If he walks him, it ties the game. The runners will be going. Anything short of a very hard single may score 3. Acuna will be flying around the base paths. Time is called. We'll start again. They are on their feet at Wrigley Field. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball got it right by him, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves come within 1 run. It's 5-4 heading to the bottom of the 6th.
It's a song that justifies drinking any time of the day. But, you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay, right? But it only works for drinking. You can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games. He would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m., and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama! Again, it's going to be Crapel, Wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated. Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him.
Armchair.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble. Making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble. Tinker to Evers to Chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop. And Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Brad Hand will come into the game. Brad Hand comes in with a 4.42 ERA. Get used to that. We're going to be giving Brad Hand a hand when he comes into the game. Real quick on the scoreboard to get you caught up. Baltimore beat the Mets. Hand set to face Amaya, Talkman, and Horner. First pitch on the way is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Baltimore 2-0 over the Mets. That's a final. Phillies beat the Royals 8-4. Toronto's pounding Boston 13-1. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss up top. It's 1-1. Houston 9, Yankees 6, top of the 8th. Washington, good Lord. They have been all over Cincinnati this weekend. 6-3 is the score in the 8th. The 1-1 pitch misses inside, 2-1. Pittsburgh 4-0 over Milwaukee. So if the Cubs can hold on, they'd slide into first place. The 1-0. It's 1-0 in St. Louis. 1-0 Colorado over the Cardinals. Is the pitch on the way? Sweeper up top. 2-2. A 2-2 count. Hand, lefty-righty matchup. Lets it fly. Swing and pops it back foul out of play. Seattle and Arizona just got underway. Earlier today, White Sox beat Cleveland 5-3. Tampa Bay leads Detroit 10-6. The 2-2 pitch swung on, lifted high, but not very deep into right field. Here comes Acuna. He chases it down for out number 1. Texas 5-0 over Miami. Sandy Alcantara was on the mound today. And that's your scoreboard. To finish up the turn back time, on this date in 1973 in Braves baseball, it's a pitch on the way from Ham to Talkman. It's inside for a ball. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. Talkman 2 for 3. 2 singles, 2 runs, a stolen base. Pitch on the way. Clips the top part of the zone on the inner shelf. Sweeper hits. It's 1-1. On this date in Braves baseball, 1973, 50 years ago today, As the 1-1 just misses outside wide, 2-1. Phil Niekro of the Braves goes the distance, holding the Padres hitless in a 9-0 rout at home. The Knuckleballer's no-hitter is the first thrown by a Braves hurler since the team shifted to Atlanta in 1966. The pitch on the way to Talkman is swung on, and he's going to lace it over towards Ronald Acuna Jr. Ball was tailing down, but Acuna makes the catch. Good adjustment by Ronnie, and there's 2 away. That is your turn back time in baseball for August 6th, 2023. We'll do birthdays a little bit later. Got a bunch of them today, including a couple for Braves country. Pitch on the way from Brad Hand. Inside to Nico Horner. Taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Horner 0 for 2. The 1-0 pitch. Right there at the top of the zone. Sweeper up top. 1-1. If you're listening on radio and you haven't seen Brad Hand pitch yet, just kind of has a methodical release from the left side. Kind of flips it up there. The fastball kind of jumps out, and the sweeper kind of lulls you to sleep. The 1-1 sweeper is inside for a ball. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and not very deep. Right center field. Michael Harris II will make the catch, and that'll end the inning. We will go to the top of the 7th, trailing by just 1 run, Braves country.
I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't think we should see each other anymore.
No, it's fine. No problem. I'll meet somebody else.
No.
Sure. See, things always even out for me. Anyway, it's been really nice dating you for a while. And, good luck.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A lineup of Maggie's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Change of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the 9th, Game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Floated, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. On June 25th, 1976, in a doubleheader against the White Sox, Toby Harrah became the only shortstop ever to play every single inning of a doubleheader and not get a single ball hit to him.
Cobb's ferocity drove his team to the pennant in 1907 and himself to the batting championship of the American League. At 20 years and 10 months, Ty Cobb was the youngest man ever to win a big league batting title. He would win 7 more in a row, 12 in 13 years. He was, one writer said, a cyclone, a tornado, a typhoon, all rolled into one.
Welcome back to the Braves Country Baseball. Matt Olson will lead this off. Kewis is coming into the game. Jose Kewis. The first pitch on the way, righty-lefty matchup, just touches the outer edge of the plate, called for a wide strike. It's 0-1. The poll has finished with 81 votes for today's poll as the 0-1 misses off the plate, 1-1. And Nolan Ryan wins with 45%. The question was if Braves Padres is the best baseball fight was what it was supposed to be worded. As the 1-1 fouled off, it's 1-2. What is the second best baseball punch? And Nolan Ryan won 45%, Odor 22%, Ramirez 18%, 13% other. The pitch on the way to Olsen is swung on, grounded up the middle. They had the defense played perfectly. Swanson's got it. Lofts one over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out to start the seventh. For my money, it's Jose Ramirez. I know the Nolan Ryan's more famous, along with Odor, but it's been around a little longer. Neither one of those did they knock the other dude out. He absolutely smoked Anderson. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. I think some of it also is going to be the fact that Tim Anderson's been kind of a jerk. I don't know if y'all remember what he pulled with Josh Donaldson. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees. 2-1 to Travis d'Arnaud. You just have to look that whole weird instance up. And he's done some other things as the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss up top inside, 2-2. And the fact that he went after a smaller guy and got rocked. He was the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's 2 away. What's funny, he's always had this tough guy persona. And what he showed there is that I don't know if he's ever been in a fight. I mean, someone actually broke it down. I think it was TikTok. It might have been something else I was on last night. And they were breaking down what he did. You know, right-handed. He leads with his right hand, his right foot. Like the whole thing is just like, who taught you how to throw a punch? First pitch on the way to Ozuna is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. And also, like Jose Ramirez, the 1-0 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into right field, bending into the crowd, foul. Just missed the right field line. That's 1-1. Ozuna will have to trot back to home. Jose Ramirez, like I've never known him to make any trouble. He's a smaller guy, and he landed one. He probably grew up having to fight because of his size. The 1-1 pitch to Ozuna's inside for a ball. It's 2-1. So all those suspensions will be laid down tomorrow. Something new we tried last week, and we're going to continue to do it throughout the fall. The 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get dropped into center field, down for a base hit. And Marcell Ozuna, the tying run, stands on first, 113 miles an hour off the bat. A bullet into center field, a one hopper, and there's 2 away. So the big Zoo stands on first. Lando Arcia comes to the plate. Standing on deck is Pilar. They could pinch hit. First pitch on the way to Arcia is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Tomorrow, 11 a.m., brunch in Braves country. The 1-0 pitch clips the inside. It's 1-1. We're going to be doing that on Mondays and on Thursdays. This Thursday we won't be able to do it because the game is at 12:30. There's just not enough time. But on Mondays and Thursdays, brunch in Braves country at 11 a.m. The 1-1 swung on, foul down the line. It's 1-2. Catch it right here on Braves Country HD. We're getting picked up by a few outlets as well. I'll let y'all know that as it goes along. But we're basically going to be going over stuff that we do the 2-hour sports talk show 3 to 5. Is the pitch on the way misses high and out of the zone, 2-2. But when you get into the football season and in the meat of baseball season with the playoffs and everything, there's just not enough time to go over everything. So we're going to 11 a.m. on Mondays. The pitch on the way. Did he go around? They're going to say he did. Not sure about that, but Arcia's down on strikes, and that'll end the inning. Braves threat, but fail to score. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Get up and stretch Braves country in Wrigley Field.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All one. All two. All three. We out to the ball. Hey. We out to the find me something up.
It's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
You sound better tonight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We made it over the 100 like mark. Appreciate everyone smashing that like button. Joe Jimenez comes in. The first pitch on the way from Jimenez is a ball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit high in the sky, but not very deep. Coming underneath it is Pilar. He'll make the catch. And there's one away. Joe Jimenez, you can make the argument, has been our best reliever second half of the summer. Won the Fireman Award last month for the best reliever in baseball in the National League. Pitch on the way to Bellinger, right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Bellinger, 303 average with 2 strikes. Swings at the pitch. The 0-1 pitch swung on and pops it up. It's going to get dumped down into right center field for a base hit. Acuna charges, going to keep him to a single. Kind of a fish shot. Didn't get a very good piece of that ball. Went off the end of the bat, but dropped in the right place at the right time. So 1 on, 1 out. Dansby Swanson comes to the plate. Appreciate y'all letting us know that the stat tracker was frozen. Got someone trying to keep an eye on it, but they're also doing a couple other things on a different radio outlet. So I'm trying to tag team it. The 1-0 pitch to Dansby. Swing and a miss. Strike. It's 1-1. Braves trail by just 1. Still 2 more innings to go. They really made the Cubs closer work hard yesterday. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, pulled the string on that. It's 1-2. I would think he would be available, but you never know. Managers don't really make that accessible because they don't want the opposing manager to know who is and who is not available for the game. You'll hear that all the time in the post game. They'll ask Snicker or other managers, why didn't you use so-and-so? And they'll just say he wasn't available today. So the 1-2 pitch from Dansby. Swing! No, he held up, and the runner was on the way, running towards second. A bad wide throw will have Cody Bellinger moving up to second. It's now a 2-2 count. Dansby started to go and held up. Bad job by me. I thought he was taking a dive at it. 17th stolen base by Bellinger. It seems like he's had 14 this series. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, and that ball's hammered into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and a run will score. Should be extra bases for Swanson. He's heading to second. Pilar has a problem getting the ball, then fires it in, and Arcia cuts it off. So it's going to be an RBI double for Swanson. Just got too much to the plate with the slider, and Swanson went down and got it. Thing on Swanson is that they have to know this, but with him playing for the Braves for so many years, you throw a low ball to him near to the over part of the plate or the outer part, it can't be a slow hanger. First pitch on the way to Candelario. It's a fastball on the edge for a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Candelario, 3 for 9 this series. The single, a walk, a double, a home run. The 0-1 pitch misses wide, 1-1. The 1-1 from Jimenez. Swing and a miss. 93 right down the pipe. Looked even a little faster than that. It's 1-2. The 1-2 to Candelario. The pitch on the way. And time was called, I believe. They did call time, and Jimenez just chucked it to the backstop. I think that was one of those things where he was like, I'm not going to let you know what pitch it was. David Ross walks out there to get a clarification. I think he thought that his runner shouldn't have been able to advance, but he was probably told to wake up there in the dugout. His batter called timeout. So a 1-2 pitch. Runner on second. Braves trail by 2. Fastball misses outside wide, 2-2. Heimer Candelario. Switch hitter came over in the trade with Washington a few days ago. The 2-2 pitch. Drifts off the plate wide. So a 3-2 count now to Candelario. On deck is Christopher Morel. And it does look like he will bat. He has the bat in his hand. Didn't know if they may pinch hit. The 3-2. Fastball. Did he go around? He did not. Just missed the top of the zone. Runners on first and second. 1 out. Christopher Morel coming to the plate. Morel 0 for 2 with the walk. First pitch on the way is a fastball, 95 right down the pipe. It's 0-1. So there's a force play at every bag. The 0-1 pitch, fastball right down the pipe again, right down Main Street. The locomotive's going down the line. Oh and 2. The 0-2 to Morrell. Swing and fouls it straight back. First and second, one out. Morrell, 1 for 7 in the series. He had a pinch hit on Friday in the 8-0 win by the Braves, but started at DH yesterday and today. The 0-2 pitch misses well wide of the plate. Tried to get him to chase the slider outside. It's 1-2. One-two. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's hit high. Not very deep. Pilar's got to give chase. Arcia is going to come over into foul territory, making the catch really close to the line. Runners will have to chase back to second and first, and there's 2 away. So Orlando Arcia makes the solid play over there in shallow left center. It's one thing you don't have to worry about, Orlando. The guy plays incredible defense. It's just the base running. That's the thing they've got to get fixed. Two on, 2 out. Nick Madrigal, the number 8 hitter today, stands in at the box. Amaya is on deck. Pitch on the way is swung on, banged on the ground. Arcia's got it, grabs it, flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout to end the inning. Cubs grab one, but the Braves will be back in a flash. Pilar and Michael Harris II due up.
So I just got fired from my job, and I don't even know why, because I only no-call, no-showed one time. I mean, I was late every single day, and I called in today and yesterday, but, that is so unnecessary.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier. But Rule 1.10a was instituted stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick. Last year, Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, Tyler O'Neill, Harrison Bader, and Tommy Edman all won a Gold Glove Award. This made the 2021 Cardinals the first team in history to win 5 Gold Glove Awards.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
During the first decade of the 20th century, Americans sought to solve their country's problems by organizing everything. They formed children's aid societies, consumer associations, municipal reform leagues, and baseball teams. They played for the Reading Alerts, Utica Pentups, Binghamton Bingos, Scranton Choctaws, Hagerstown Antietam, and New Jersey McClellans, the Laredo Apaches, Union City Greyhounds, Cincinnati Porkers, Evansville River Rats, and Iola Gas Band. They played for the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, Troy Collar and Cuff Makers, Providence Clam Diggers, Terre Haute Hottentots, Des Moines Undertakers, Lebanon Pretzel Eaters, Yakima Pippin, Bangor Bangers, and the Hartford Wideawakes. So eager to play, they got up at dawn to get in a game before they went to work.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 2, 6-4. We're heading to the 8th inning. And it will be Eddie Rosario. I thought it might be if they were going to leave the righty in. Eddie Rosario is coming in, and that means that they're going to probably go get Quas out of the game. So he's going to go take the bench, and they'll probably bring a lefty in. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Question 2. Who would you rather spend the night with? A, your wife, or B?
B. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Popped up, Sandoval, in foul territory, Giants win! A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner, the Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the World Series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
But the game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared.
Eddie Collins first played in Connie Mack's celebrated $100,000 infield, but was sent to the Chicago White Sox when Mack sold off his championship team. Collins hit over .340 for 10 seasons and played second base with such cheerful confidence in his own skills that opponents and teammates alike called him Cocky Collins.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way. Eddie Rosario from Mark Leiter. Down and in for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Leiter lets it go. Swing! And that ball is hit into right field, but right at the right fielder, Talkman. One away. And he got a pretty good swing on that one, just right into the glove of the right fielder. Braves trail by 2, but the best offense in baseball digs in, and the first pitch to Michael Harris. The second is outside high for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves offense have scored plenty of runs to win this series, but the starting pitching is what has let them down after Max Fried, as the 0-1 pitch clips on the inside part of the zone. 0-2. Elder couldn't find the zone yesterday, and more of the same from Morton today. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Harris went fishing for one well below the knees, and it's 2 away. He gets those 2 strikes, and he likes to throw that splitter down. So you kind of have to get him early in the count. First pitch on the way to Acuna is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Throws a sinker, and then the splitter is a little slower, and it just goes straight down. The sinker's more of a 2-seam action. The 1-0 pitch swung on and pops it up, and that should be playable. It is. Should be an out. It is, and it's 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Braves trailing by 2.
So speaking of exes, my old boyfriend came over late last night, and yada, yada, yada. Anyway, I'm really tired today.
Hey, Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
One of baseball's most beloved stars was Cleveland pitcher Addie Joss. He was nicknamed the human hairpin because of his height and the exaggerated motion with which he hurled the ball. He had won 20 or more games 4 seasons in a row and was a favorite with fans and players alike. Even opposing players enjoyed hearing him harmonize with Ed Walsh of the Chicago White Sox. But Joss had a terrible secret. He was suffering from meningitis. He struggled through the 1910 season, even pitched a no-hitter without telling anyone. But he collapsed before an exhibition game the following spring. Joss died 11 days later. He was just 31.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Kirby Yates is going to get some work in. Comes in with a 3.29 ERA, 41 innings, 54 strikeouts. Due up in this innings, the number 9 hitter, Miguel Amaya, and then Talkman and Nico Horner. So you'd like to get a quick 1-2-3 inning so you don't have to face the heart of the order. Bellinger's had himself a heck of a weekend. The righty-righty matchup to get us started here. Miguel Amaya will face Yates. Yates flips the first pitch, almost gets him. Good Lord Almighty. 75 mile an hour. They call it a splitter. I think the thing just slipped out of his hand. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Yates. Lifts his red glove high and lets it go. Drifts inside again. 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Off the plate wide. 3-0. The 3-0 from Yates and fastball top of the zone. It's 3-1. Last thing you want to do is walk Amaya. Not only is he the number 9 hitter for the Chicago Cubs and the catcher, they just walked him on 5 pitches, inning not starting out well for Yates. So you walk the number 9 hitting catcher to start the inning. Unless you get a double play, you're going to face Happ. And then, of course, after him is Bellinger and Swanson with Candelario. Real strength of this Chicago Cubs lineup is right there. 3, 4, 5. And now I would pick Candelario in that conversation. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Michael Talkman comes to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Talkman stands in with a .280 batting average. Right fielder, former New York Yankee. Pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball is lifted into center field right at Michael Harris. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. So 1 down, and Nico Horner comes to the plate. Nico Horner, 26-year-old from Oakland, California, Drafted 24th overall by the Chicago Cubs back in 2018. Out of Stanford. Yates turns around and flips it over to first. Chase the runner back. We'll start it up again. Speaking of Stanford, what an absolute disaster the Pac-12 of a weekend did they have. Holy cow. Talk more about that on tomorrow's shows, but man, oh man alive. Pitch on the way, runner on the move. Ozzie gets the catch. Got him! Sizzled it down to second base. A good throw by Darno. Pretty good jump. Patrick Wisdom had came in to run for Amaya. He tried to take off. Didn't, looking at the replay from the eye in the sky, didn't get a very good jump. And Ozzie applied a good tag, and he was out by plenty. They're still away. Pitch on the way. Down and in. Did he go around? You say he did not. So it's 2-0. 2 down, bases empty. The 2-0 to Nico. Pitch going high and out of the zone. 3-0. The 3-0 from Yates lets it go down below the knees, and a second walk by Yates here in the inning puts a runner on first and 2 outs. So Yates now set to face Ian Happ. If the Braves had the lead or were tied right now, you'd probably see AJ Minter, but with them trailing by 2, they'll let him stay in. Yates flips one over to first to keep the runner close by, and that ball's nowhere near the base. Runner back easily. 2 down, runner on first. The Braves have any prayer of coming back in this one. You need to keep it at 6-4. First pitch on the way, runner on the way, throw down to Arcia. He applies the tag and dekes the runner into thinking he has the ball. The ball actually skipped into center field. But a good job by Arcia of deking him and not only applying the tag, but he kind of kept the glove on there. By the time the runner realized the ball olayed, Harris was on the move and keeping him at second. Now the runner in scoring position. Pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. 2-0. Nowhere realistically to put Happ because if you walk him, you'll then face Bellinger. On the note of bringing a lefty in, Dylan Lee started his rehab assignment yesterday. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. Brunch in Braves Country comes your way 11 a.m. Mondays and Thursdays when we don't have a game in the morning or in the early afternoon. The 3-0 pitch. Lets it go. Fastball blasted high and deep, and that ball looks like it's going to get caught in the wind and knocked down. Holy cow, did the wind get a hold of that one. Michael Harris, second, had to come back in. The ball was going well back towards the right center field wall, and the wind just knocked it down. We'll be back in a flash, top of the 9th. Braves will grab the bats and see if they can put a couple on the board.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks. Live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
One summer day in 1839 at Cooperstown, New York, on the shores of Lake Otsego, the local academy was playing a game of town ball against Green's select school. The rules of town ball were so loose that every hit was fair, and boys sometimes ran headlong into one another. That day, an academy player named Abner Doubleday sat down and on the spot drew up the rules for a brand new game and called it baseball. Abner Doubleday would eventually become a hero at the Battle of Gettysburg, and his game would become the national pastime. Or so the...
Welcome back, Braves Country. They are going to go to Adbert Alzolay to try to close the door here. He gave up a 2-run shot to Matt Olson yesterday. Matt Olson is due up third in this inning. Ozzie Albies stands in 2 for 4. He's from the left side. Open stance. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Fastball up top. It's 0-1. Adbert Alzolay, now the closer for the Chicago Cubs, has been for quite a few weeks now. The 0-1 pitch drifts up top for a strike. The 1-0 pitch. Well, pretty sure it's 0-2. But the screen shows differently. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and pops it up. Did it stay in play? There we go. It is 0-2. From what I've seen here recently in the slumps of Ozzie Albies, he's just going to have to make the adjustments. They're pitching him up high. They don't think, not just the Cubs, several teams recently, pitching him up high and outside. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is swatted down the right field line. He's going to get on his horse. Ozzie Albies will head till second base, and your Atlanta Braves leadoff double for Ozzie Albies.
Oh, and he does the too small. Oh.
Ozzie Albies hammers one down the right field line. That one, I think they were trying to go up top, but they got it down low, right in his wheelhouse. And Ozzie gets it going here in the 9th inning. Great way to get it started, give the Braves a fighting chance here. Austin Riley comes to the plate. He's 0 for 4, reached on an error. The first pitch to Austin is in the dirt, swing and a miss. Off the edge, it's 0-1. Seeing a lot of teams trying to get Riley to chase off the plate. Now, the game they play is when you try to drift one off the plate. If it hangs, it's his wheelhouse. The 0-1 pitch, another slider in the dirt. This one he takes. It's 1-1. Braves trail by 2. Top of the 9th inning. Riley at the plate, and Matt Olson stands on deck. The 1-1 to Riley. Swing and a miss at the slider again in the dirt, 1-2. The question that you'll have, if Riley can't get on and you have Ozzie standing at second with one out, would they pitch to Olsen or would they walk the tying run? The 1-2 pitch, caught looking, strike 3. So he swung at 2 sliders in the dirt, then one goes up high and he just freezes them. 4 sliders, and Riley's going to have to make the adjustment because he's going to see that a lot. He's already seen it a lot this weekend. He was on his torrid pace last week, and since then, it's pretty much what he's been seeing. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson swung on, and he was off balance, pops it up high in the sky. That's going to be an easy out number 2. 1 pitch, and Matt Olson is down. So that's going to leave it up to Travis d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud, who's 0 for 4 with 2 strikes. If this score holds, the Braves' lead in their division will go to 10.5 games over the Phillies. They did win today. Righty-righty matchup, d'Arnaud versus Alzolay. The first pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Strike, it's 0-1. Slider at the top of the zone. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, tapped over to short. Dansby's got it. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout. And the Cubs are celebrating like they won the division. But that's okay. The Braves lose it 6-4. Atlanta Braves lose a tough one. Another bad pitching performance by the Atlanta Braves starting pitching. You can't walk that many batters. You see all the batters that were walked yesterday by Elder, giving up 5 runs in the first, and then Charlie Morton follows that up with walking 4 guys in 4 innings. All in all, today, the Braves walked 8 batters, and you're just simply not going to win games that way, especially when you have the base running blunders and the other things that have gone on. So the Braves lose a tough one, 6-4, 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors for Atlanta, 6 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Chicago Cubs. The game itself finished up in 2 hours and 52 minutes, a little longer than most games we've been used to this year. I've noticed the games in Wrigley take much longer. But 2 hours and 52 minutes, 94% capacity. So a pretty good crowd at Wrigley Field today. So they had to fight the weather. And Chicago Cubs will go to 58-54. And on that note, looking at the updated standings for Major League Baseball, we mentioned a second ago, the Braves will go to 10.5 in front of the Phillies. They'll stay 14.5 in front of the Marlins. The Cubs will move to 1 back of Milwaukee. And depending on the outcome of their games, it could get to within a half game or inch in front of the Reds, who were losing as well. We'll put a cap on this and bid you adieu. Tomorrow, brunch in Braves country, 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll be on for a little less than an hour on Mondays and Thursdays when there are no day games for the rest of the way, so we can talk a little more Braves baseball. Really difficult to get it all squeezed in when you got the football season a-coming. So we'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, and then tomorrow, 7:05 first pitch against the Pirates. And, of course, every day Every weekday, we are live 3 to 5. Y'all have a great day, Braves country. Braves lose a tough one. Congratulations to the Cubs fans as they win a tough series 2-1. We'll head to Pittsburgh for 4 and to play the New York Mets for 4. We've got an 8-game week in front of us. We're going to bring it all to you. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a great day, Braves country. Braves lose it 6-4.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite kin. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Nash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
I'm a Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
Same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're in Braves country.
Welcome in, Braves country. Let's do this one right. We are talking about the great Boston Braves. All right, so we got a series in Boston. I figured this would be a good time to hit the Once Upon a Pastime series with your Atlanta Braves organization. And I know most people know that the Braves started in Boston, but they probably don't know a lot about them. And so we're going to kind of go over that today and, really dive into who the Braves are, who the Braves were, because this team is the oldest continuous franchise in Major League Baseball, right? And the Boston Braves originated in Boston, Massachusetts, obviously. And they played in Boston from 1871 to 1952. So, good 80 years in Boston. They did win one World Series. We'll get into that. But one of the things that's overlooked with the Boston Braves, the Atlanta Braves, because when a team moves, I think it gets lost in translation as far as what a franchise has done, because I think a lot of fans want to separate, and you really shouldn't. If the New York Yankees tomorrow got up and moved and went to wherever, whether they kept the Yankees name or not, there'd still be a heck of a history with that organization. And the Atlanta Braves, the Boston Braves, the Milwaukee Braves, the Boston Red Stockings, who we began with, the Boston Red Caps, Bean Eaters, Doves, Rustlers, Bees. It's all the same franchise. And whether folks know it or not, or have paid enough attention or not, I think it's coming more to light as we get more into the information age, where so much of this stuff is at your fingertips, but who has time to really go into it, right? Who has time to read up? Well, I do a lot of it. I read a lot of not just Braves history, but baseball history in general, and really have never done one of these. And I wanted to commit a solid episode to the Braves organization. They started in 1871, and they won their first pennant in 1872. So this is a rich and storied franchise. They have won 22 pennants We have won 16 world titles. 16 world titles. Even though we're normally just credited with the 4 World Series, there was a lot of baseball played before 1903 when the World Series first came into play. And I don't think that you can take away from the fact that a team has won championships just because they came up with a new way of looking at it. I'll give you an example. You ask a Green Bay Packer fan how many championships they won. They don't just point to, there's a reason why they call themselves Title Town, right? They don't just point to the World Series history. They point to all of their championships, and rightfully so. If you ask a Green Bay Packer how many championships they've had, they'll tell you they've had 13 league championships. And that's what I'm telling you about the Atlanta Braves. Atlanta Braves have had 16. 4 in the World Series era, 12 prior to. We got the first championship in 1872. And when you look at the Boston Braves and what they were doing, 82 years in Massachusetts, the franchise was known by different names. They started off as the Red Stockings, right? From 1871 to 1875, we were the Boston Red Stockings. And the team, while in Boston, won 10 National League pennants and a World Series in 1914. But before the National League, it was the National Association. It was technically called the National Association of Professional Baseball Players, NAPBP. But most, when you see it shortened in most articles or whatnot, they just call it the NA, which is a little confusing because you normally see the NA on a lot of things that's not available. But the National Association, the original Boston Red Stockings teams, that's what makes them the oldest continuous playing team in American professional sports. There was no football. There was no basketball. There's no hockey. There's no pickleball. So in 1871, they became Boston Red Stockings, and the history begins. The only other team that has been organized for as long was the Cubs, but they did not play for 2 years following the Great Chicago Fire of 1871. So that's where it gets a little tricky. But the Braves started playing in 1871, and they had a fire in the grandstands, but they did continue to play. Great Chicago Fire is a totally different story. We don't have time to get into all that today, but if you know the Great Chicago Fire story, you'll understand why they did not play baseball for 2 years in Chicago. So here we go. The early history of the team, they were originally called the Cincinnati Red Stockings, established in 1869, voted to dissolve after 1870. Player manager Harry Wright went to Boston, Massachusetts at the invitation of the newly founded Boston Red Stockings. So it gets a little confusing because Harry Wright, who is one of the grandfathers of baseball, played for both the Chicago Red Stockings, who had this enormous, and we are planning on doing a Once Upon a Pastime on Cincinnati Red Stockings. But they had an enormous following because they had this huge winning streak that ended up dying. I want to say 131. It was somewhere in that neighborhood. And when that fell off, the fandom fell off for the Red Stockings. Because what they were is that they were a barnstorming tour. They called Cincinnati their home and played most of their games in Cincinnati. But when they finally lost a game in what was something newly tried out called extra innings, Harry Wright and company opted to try to win the game in extra innings. They lost. It ended their 100. I want to say 131, but I could have that number wrong. It was somewhere in that neighborhood. They ended up dissolving the team because fans quit coming to the stands because it was no longer the cool hip thing. It's almost the equivalent, although they weren't rigged games and they weren't showboating. It was a different type of thing, but it would be the equivalent of what the hell the Harlem Globetrotters just lost, right? Say they lost their fandom and they dissolved the team, and Harry Wright with brother George Wright and a couple other Cincinnati players joined the Boston Red Stockings. Boston Red Stockings founder Ivers Whitney Adams was the original owner of the Boston Red Stockings, and he helped put together the National Association. And he was a businessman in Ashburnham, Massachusetts. Left the town of 19 to seek fortune and fame in Boston, and away we go. And he was the president of something called the American Net Twine Company, and made a lot of money and decided that he wanted to get into the game of baseball, open up the Red Sox, or the Red Stockings, and brought Harry Wright and his brother over to Boston. What you have to realize is that they had a name already established. It was Harry Wright, and George Wright was his brother. You go to the Hall of Fame, you'll see them splattered all over the place. The original Boston Red Stockings team starts playing 1871 and 1872. They win their first pennant. Back then, you didn't have a World Series, you didn't have a championship series. You played your season. It was much like the way professional soccer is over in Europe. You played your season, and whoever had the most wins was the champion. They did, at the time, it was looked upon as you wouldn't dream of watering down the season that you had of all the games you played and won for a series. That changed in 1903 when the Boston Pilgrims, which are the Red Sox, it's not the Braves organization, when Boston played Pittsburgh and they saw what the gate receipts were. They're like, holy cow, we've got something here. But as time goes along, a lot of these guys that make these decisions aren't always right, and they didn't realize what they would have had. Now, what you see on the screen for the Boston Braves is the old South End's ground. And that is the original stadium for the Boston Braves. And so they played there at the very beginning in 1871 and were there for quite some time until they moved to Braves Field. We'll get into that in a minute. But this is what they played in. they had the grandstands behind home plate and the fans would spray out down the right and left field line. Typically back in those days, and this was very, very common, is that you did not have an outfield.
This is Karina. She's a Haverty's design expert. And this is
backing you up. It's one of the reasons why home runs were not as common as they are today. There's a lot of reasons, but that's one of the reasons, is because you would go just as far back as you could to go get the ball. And if you could get the ball back in, these guys were athletic. They may not have had the hose that, when you think of someone gunning it from right field nowadays, they may not have had that kind of cannon, but they had an arm. They were very good in fundamentals back then. And with the fundamentals, you're talking about hitting the cutoff man, et cetera, et cetera. So home runs were pretty rare back in that day because of the simple fact that you just did not have that kind of situation going on where the ball would just roll and roll and roll and no one went and got it. It didn't die in the stands. You kept going. Now, what would change down the road is that you would start having fans in the grandstands, right? And you would have the fans, the fans trickling back in the back. I said grandstands, but I meant back in the back of the outfield seats that we look at today. The bleachers is what we would call it today. Back then they didn't have any bleachers, but they would start roping it off back there, have fans back there charging admission because they got tired of people watching for free. And so that's where that's at. And with that being said, home runs became a little more prevalent. Home runs really hit the big time. You'll notice in the 1920s, and the reason why that was is because stadiums like Yankee Stadium were built, and once the ball went so far, it was a home run. It was no longer run and go get it. There are many stories that talk about that when they started roping off that back area and they would drive people in, that if you're playing at home and the ball was hit far, the patrons would bend that rope towards the field so that they could come up, not only just get the souvenir, but also to help their team win, right? So all this is in play when you talk about the early history of Major League Baseball. But as far as the Boston Braves are concerned, and of course, conversely, if the ball was hit and you were the home team and you were in the field of play, you'd pull the rope back to give your man a chance to make the catch. And then the gambling got involved in the late 1890s, and the gamblers are out there in the bleachers, so to speak. And they would be out there affecting the rope going back and forth and the crowd going back and forth. They'd also be out there trying to pay off the guy, say, hey, drop that ball, I'll give you 20 spot. Some other guy is out there yelling, catch the ball, I'll give you 25. So it was a different game, a different era back then. These guys weren't making a lot of money, so some guys could be had. And you can scoff at it now, but you weren't out there playing back in those days, and you don't know what you would do. You think you know, but you don't know. So the Braves come in, and they start play. And not only do they win the pennant in the NA pennant, the National Association. National League will come into existence in 1876. But from 1871 to 1875, the Atlanta Braves won. The Atlanta Braves organization. Boston Red Stockings won. 72, 73, 74, and 75. 4-time winners of the NA. Four times winners, and there was only 5 seasons. 1876, the National League is formed. It's a compilation of some of the teams that are in the NA and some expansion teams, and they brought some ones from over. But the Boston Red Caps, as they were called at that point, so they're the Red Stockings from 1871 to 1875. But because there were so many teams, including the Cincinnati Redlegs, later on you had the Boston Red Sox, so many teams were naming their teams after their attire. That's where the White Sox come from. There were the Blue Sox. There were a lot of teams. So they decided to set themselves apart and became the Boston Red Caps. They went out and got a bunch of red caps and became known as the Boston Red Caps. Still keeping with the red theme. In 1876, the National League is formed. They join it, and their first National League pennant is a year later in 1877. This Boston Braves team would dominate the early part of the National League. And we're going to take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the beginning of the Braves franchise in the National League itself, leading up to their first World Series championship. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Are you okay, pal?
I had a rough day on the job.
Bowling's insane! Bowling is crazy time!
Bowling? I don't think so, George. You get no rush from bowling.
Rush? You want a rush? Drop a ball on your toe, my friend. Talk about a rush. You'll be throbbing. You'll see vision.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch for your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back. As we are talking The Boston Braves, the Braves organization in Boston, however you want to word it, because they weren't the Boston Braves every time, as we've already kind of gone over. They had several names, and now they are the Boston Red Caps. It's 1876. They win their first championship in 1877, their first pennant in the National League. They already had 4 pennants prior to in the National Association. So pennant number 5 takes place in 1877. And when they join the National League, by the way, they win their very first game. Season back then, it started till late April. For good reason. Most of the games were being played in the Northeast. April 22nd, 1876, the Boston Red Caps defeat the Philadelphia Athletics and win 6-5, and the rest is history. So we win the pennant in 1877. We win it in 1878. And then there's a little bit of a lull. We don't win another pennant until 1883. Now, back then, the National League, along with the National Association, there weren't as many teams back then. So you're like, how could you play all season, not have a championship series? It would feel cheap. Imagine if today we were playing, and at the end of the season, there was only 8 of us, 10 of us, but at one point, National League, 8 teams. Imagine playing all those games, and you don't have a tie to any other league, and you win. I'll give you an example. Let's take the American League, or excuse me, the National League East, the National League Central. Let's put them together. You still have 10, but still it's close enough. And the Braves are running away with it right now if you put the records together today. And let's just say, for argument's sake, they're sitting out there, the 10, 12 game lead. They win the division. They win the league by double digits. It would feel cheap to then just grab the random second place team and say, we're going to play a series, and whoever wins that particular series, even though you won the league by 20 games, we're going to take that one series and say you're the champion. And that was their philosophy back then. You didn't have as many teams. Now that changes when the American League and National League, because the American League comes along about 10 to 15 years after what I'm referring to right now. They come along and they build their own league, and then there's a big argument which league is better, and that's kind of how that came about. It's much like the way, if you're a football fan, NFL, you had the AFC, right? You had the AFL and the NFL, and when they merged, they turned into the NFC, AFC under the National Football League shield. Well, this was National League. Eventually, there's an American League. There was a Players League. There was a Federals League. There were a lot of leagues. The one that made it was the American League, and so they put them together. And they didn't want to lose the league moniker. That was a National League thing. National League wanted to hold on to the history, the rich history. So that's how they came up with the term Major League Baseball. So they wanted to keep the American and the National separate. Of course, little did they know years from now there really would be no separation, because you've got nothing but every single day there's an interleague game. So all that rich history kind of died on the vine around 20 years ago. But here we are, and we hit the 1880s. We have 6 championships in our pocket. We win 1 pennant in 1883. So kind of a dry decade. And they then turn their attention to the 1890s, and they are back. And they are back in a big way. And during the 19th century, the Boston Red Caps, as they were called, along with the Bean Eaters, they would win pennants So we already talked about the NA pennant. You had 4 in your pocket. You win 2 more, you got 6 going into the 1880s. You get a 7th in 1883. In 1891, 92, 1893, 1897, 1898, they would win 5 more pennants. And those 5 pennants, along with the pennants that were won in the NA and in the early stages of the NL, make the Braves organization. They were the New York Yankees before the New York Yankees existed. They were the most dominant team in all of baseball, winning all of those pennants. And when you're talking about sitting there with 12 pennants in your pocket before the 20th century hits, that's very impressive. They would hit, once you got into, by the way, the 1898 team, the won the pennant, finished 102 and 42nd, and 102 and 47. A club record for winning percentage that would stand for almost a century. And they were known as the Heavenly Twins with Hugh Duffy and Tommy McCarthy. And a guy by the name of Sliding Billy Hamilton. I love that because I when I hear sliding, I hear the Braves. What's the first thing you think of is slid, right? So even back then, we were sliding and winning pennants. When the American League's new Boston entry was set up shop in 1901, the Bean Eaters were decimated. At that point, they were called the Bean Eaters. So let's backtrack real quick. They go from the Red Caps, 1876 to 1882. From 1883 until 1906, they are known as the Boston Bean Eaters. One of my favorite names in the history of sport. I just think it's a great name. Would make no sense to call them that in Atlanta. But the Bean, literally because of the Boston Bean, they were known as the Bean Eaters. Most of the fans back then would shorten it to the Beans, Boston Beans. And a lot of them would be shortening to that to call them the Bees, which is how they ended up. It's one of the reasons why they ended up with that nickname. From 36 to 1940, they were called the Boston Bees, and that had a lot to do with it. So here we are, beginning of the 20th century. The Boston Red Stockings come along, and you got yourself a bit of a mess. First of all, the Red Stockings quickly changed the name to the Red Sox after there was some confusion before they were the Pilgrims, right? But anyways, when the Boston team comes in, and they went through a handful of names, but when the Boston American League entry comes in and set up shop in 1901, That's why you see the big drop-off. So you're like, man, how did this team win, 5 pennants in the 1890s? And then there's this big gap from 1898 to 1914 before they win another pennant. It was because, of course, back then there weren't the rules that are set up now, and they were bidding on them, especially because they were rival leagues until the marriage in the early part of the 19th century between the AL and the NL. So what you have there is they kind of had to start over from scratch. There were teams that were jumping ship. Michael King Kelly, all of the stars would jump ship, say, well, this guy's paying me a little more this week, I'm going over here. And that's the disaster that was. So they don't win another championship, but they have all of these pennants in their pocket. And they're flying around the stadium. And you're out there, and
you probably know Vistaprint for business cards. Yeah, we print that. But did you know we also print that, and that, and that?
The Boston Braves are still a very popular team. And they then start looking at Boston Braves Field, which is opened up in 1915 after the Miracle Braves, because they were still pretty popular when they really hit their stride around the 1910s. The South End grounds just was not big enough. Now, they were in Fenway Park. From the South End grounds to the Congress Street grounds, I left a little bit of that out. I do apologize. In 1894, they went to the Congress Street grounds because of the fire that took place in the grandstands, and they had to have somewhere to play. But for all intents and purposes, for a little over 30 years, they were in the South End grounds until 1914. They did play in Fenway Park a little bit, but those weren't typically every single game. But the game of baseball is growing. No longer is it acceptable to have these stadiums set up where you don't have outfield, because if you don't have outfield stands, whether they're bleachers or however you have it set up, you're basically talking about a team that can't compete financially. Back then, there were no media right deals. So all your money you were making was literally from people watching the games. And that will take us up to where they become the Boston Braves, going to Braves Field. We will be back in a flash talking about the Boston Braves here on Braves Country today.
JD.
So's your face.
That doesn't even make any sense.
So's your face always makes sense.
JD, that's stupid.
So's your face. I'm on fire. Hello!
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Bob Feller was one of the best and most feared pitchers of all time, especially because of his fastball. As a teenager, Feller was already a famous prospect. At the age of 16, a scout offered Feller a contract of $1 and an autographed baseball, which Feller accepted.
And there's a drive, deep right field, long gone from a kid.
It's another big jack for D-Mac. And ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting 2 minutes in all the sports.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Walter Johnson's record of 110 shutouts still stands. He once held the New York Highlanders scoreless 3 times in 4 days. And although he rarely had the backing from the Senators that he deserved, he managed to win 417 games over his career and to win 20 or more games for 10 successive seasons. The relentless velocity of his pitching won him the nickname Big Train.
Sometimes he's referred to as a legend.
He isn't a legend. A legend, according to Webster, has yet to be proved. It's a bit mythical. There's nothing mythical about Walter Johnson. He existed and was probably the best pitcher of all time.
You're listening. All right, Braves country. Wanted to touch on the Boston Braves with you today, where it all began. So where we left off was the team is having a hard time keeping up. They're getting poached from the Boston American League team that eventually becomes the Red Sox. They're getting poached by the American League, and they're trying to build back a winner. So one of the first media-driven nicknames in all of sports changes to the Boston Doves in 1907. And there was the Dove company that was sponsoring them. And then the funny story about this is, so you'll look at it and you're like, okay, the Boston Doves, we go from the Bean Eaters end in 1906. The Boston Doves happens from 1907 to 1910. So then the money runs out and the sponsorship runs out, and they go to the Boston Rustlers. And that was literally because they didn't know what they were going to call the team, but they were doing it to change their luck. And they just thought, we'll go with the Boston Rustlers. It did nothing. Boston Rustlers were terrible. So the president of the club then decided to name the club after the owner, James Gaffney. James Gaffney was called one of the Braves of New York City's political machine. Tammany Hall, which used... So what they're doing is that they called him, if this makes sense, one of the Braves of New York City's political machine. John Ward, one of the grandfathers of baseball as well, decided it would be a good thing to call the new Boston, the new name for the Boston baseball team, the Braves. Their symbol that they used in New York, because the nickname of one of the Braves of the New York political machine, if this makes sense, was an Indian chief. So though the team realistically embraces the Indian heritage, it wasn't really named initially after, or Native American heritage. Back then it was referred to as the Indian heritage. It was not actually named after the Native American heritage originally, but because of the symbol that they used, it got that moniker. And so they continued to use a very similar symbol. They changed it a little bit and they did a couple things with it here and there, but essentially they embraced a logo of a Native American, back then Indian chief. So the Braves name sticks. And back then it may sound weird, but a lot of teams did change their names a lot of times. It wasn't look like something as how dare you. It was done all the time. Now today would be unthought of because we've had the same team name for over 100 years. You'd be like, what are you, nuts? You can't do that. But it was very common back then because they were just starting to build the heritage of Major League Baseball. So it was nothing for the Cleveland organization, changed their names many times. They were once called the Naps after Napoleon, their great star who played for Cleveland for years. They shortened Napoleon to Naps. They used that moniker for a long time. So here we go. The Boston Braves come right after the Rustlers. So we are the Doves from 07 to 1910. In 1911, the Rustlers. They throw Rustlers away, never to be used again. And the Boston Braves from 1912 to 1935. Wait, what? What do you mean? I thought we've been the Braves. No. We mentioned this a little earlier, but in 1936, they go to the Bees. And the Boston Bees never really caught on. Fans didn't like it. And so they went back to the Boston Braves by 1941 and stayed the Boston Braves until 1952. Now, the big thing that happens while they are the Boston Braves, in 1914, the Braves put together one of the most memorable seasons in the history of baseball. Now, listen to this. They started the season off 4-18. This is like 2023 Oakland A's bad. On July 4th, the Braves seem to be on pace for the last place finish. They've played a little better baseball, but they're still way back in the pack. On July 4th, 1914, the Braves lost both games of a doubleheader to the Brooklyn Dodgers. It put their record at 26-40. And the Braves not only were in last place, they were 15 games behind the league-leading New York Giants, who had just won the 3 previous pennants. So they weren't about to just chase down any old team. This was the team with the pedigree. After a day off, so they're off July 5th, 1914. July 6th through September 5th, about a 2-month span, the Braves, who were 26-40, started off 4-18. They go 41-12 out of nowhere. You couldn't cool them off. On September 7th and 8th, the Braves took 2 of 3 games from those Giants. They went into the series a game out. They took 2 of 3. And they are in first place. And through September and early October, they close with 25 wins and 6 losses. While the Giants, they were 16-16. But they absolutely, and you can't even call that one a collapse. When you look at the fact they're 25-6 down the stretch, you add that to the 41-12. 66-18, one of the greatest stretches in the history of Major League Baseball, arguably the greatest stretch. And when you consider the beginning to the season, it is the most miraculous stretch, hence the nickname, the Miracle Braves. Despite all that, having that kind of a 66-18 record, the Boston Braves enter the World Series as a heavy underdog to Connie Mack and his Philadelphia A's, which was known as one of the best teams in baseball at the time. The Philadelphia A's, they were elite. They were absolutely elite. And they had won championships. We go into the series, and everyone's like, man, this Philadelphia A's team is going to smoke them. Connie Mack and his Philadelphia A's, forget about it. It's over. Instead, the Braves go in and sweep the Athletics. The first sweep in the history of the World Series. There'd been one other in 1907 by the Cubs, but one game had ended in a tie because of darkness. So it was the first unqualified sweep, meaning they won every game and there was no tie. There was no replay, nothing. First sweep in the history of Major League Baseball. The 1914 Miracle Braves. And they had to play their games at Fenway Park because the South End grounds were just too small at that point. And that's the stadium that you see there. They're building the Boston Braves new stadium, and it's going to have grandstands. It's going to have structures. It's going to have seats in the outfield, the whole 9 yards. It opens in 1915, and at the time, it was the largest in the majors at the time. They were selling it out, 40,000 seats. And when you think about that, 40,000 seats, that's incredible for back then. And they don't have the technology that we do today as far as, guarantee you, if you sat in that stadium in the nosebleed, you had a hard time seeing the game, but you went and you paid your money because you enjoyed the whole thing. It's not like it is today where, if you go to these newer parks, Truist Park obviously is the one I have in mind. There's really not a bad seat in the stadium. No matter how far back you are, they've pivoted you to where you can see. And if you can't see it up close, there's monitors everywhere. So the Braves win the World Series in 1914. And they would only post 2 winning records from 1917 to 1932. And so they did some things to try to bring people back into the stands. They tried to bring Christy Mathewson way past his prime into the stands. To put people in the stands brought Christy Mathewson back in the game in 1923. He was way past his prime. Now, Christy Mathewson, who's one of the greatest pitchers in the history of baseball, he had some complications from World War I that we've talked about in the past, and he actually passes away 2 years later. But in 1933 and 1934, they were pretty decent squad, competitive teams, but the revenue was still down because of the Great Depression going on. And that's when they bring in Babe Ruth to try to bring in sales. Babe Ruth gets ticked off because he believes he's going to be made manager, though the Braves say they never made that promise. That was his understanding. And Ruth was well past his prime at that point, which is where you normally see all the video, because video is really grainy and non-existent in Babe Ruth's prime. As the video got better, and that's why I always have to laugh at these chuckleheads on social media who will go to make fun of Babe Ruth and say, this guy couldn't do this. You're not looking at Babe Ruth in his prime. You're looking at Babe Ruth at the tail end of his career. And you're darn sure not seeing him in HD. Even if you find video at the beginning of his career, it's not in HD, my friend. So the Braves end up winning just the one World Series in Boston. They will stay there until 1953. They will have some pretty lean years. And that's one of the reasons why they went to the Bees and tried all these kinds of things. Went to the Boston Bees. And they had, at one point, the Atlanta Braves went 38-115. The worst season in franchise history. In 1935. So in 36, they call them the Bees. They're trying to change things around. That doesn't work. They go back to the Braves. Then here comes Warren Spahn, Johnny Sane, and the team's really starting to take off and play better baseball in the late 1940s. But they had really lost a lot of money, and they decided to move to Milwaukee by 1953. That core, though, Warren Spahn, Johnny Sane, started in Boston, ends up in Milwaukee, beating the New York Yankees for the only World Series in Milwaukee in 57. But that's the old saying that you've probably heard me quote before: Spawn and Sane and Pray for Rain. They had two really good pitchers, outstanding pitchers. They won the pennant in 48. They didn't win a World Series again until they ended up in Milwaukee. But they won the pennant in 48. And the pennants that they won, it was 1914 win the World Series, 1948 they lose the World Series. And then that's it. So it was some lean years in Boston. The Red Sox became much more popular. There were a lot of reasons for that. So they decided to move. At the time, it was considered out west. Teams were moving out west. Who was going to Milwaukee. And they would stay there from (1953). So 1952 was our final year in Boston. They moved there from 53 to 65. And as most of y'all probably know, they then moved to the Atlanta, Georgia area, and where they've been ever since. But these are still, whether they were in Boston and being called the Bean Eaters or the Stockings or the Red Caps or the Doves, or bless their hearts, the Rustlers and the Bees, that were all five of those teams were terrible. Regardless, these teams are still your Atlanta Braves. And how amazing is that? The team that I was just talking about a second ago that won all those games in the mid-30s and didn't win the pennant. And you talk about getting hosed. Because you didn't have wild cards back then. So the only team, by the way, that Braves team, 38 and 115, the only team that has a worse winning percentage in the modern era of baseball, which was a 248 winning percentage, the only one that was worse was the 1899 Cleveland Spiders that eventually become the Guardians, the Naps, the Indians, that Cleveland team. They had a 130 winning percentage. Good Lord. 1899 was not, man, I'll tell you what, if you ever meet someone from 1899 that's still a Cleveland fan, man, you got to shake that man's hand. That's a fan. That is a fan. So that is your Boston Braves. We'll do more on the Boston Braves and the history of the Atlanta Braves, but I did want to touch on it today. Kind of get to know your history of your team. They didn't just, for some of y'all, they didn't just show up 4 or 5 years ago and you're like, hey man, this team's pretty good. I'm gonna pick them. This team has been around long time. This team, you think about this. The Braves organization started play 6 years after the Civil War ended. 6 years. That means if it wasn't for Booth and his dirty doings, Abraham Lincoln could have been sitting in the freaking stands of a Boston Red Stockings game in 1871. What? Think about that. That's how long we've been around. All right, have a good one, y'all. And as always, go Braves and go baseball. This has been the Once Upon a Pastime series.